one of the things that I always want is I always want to see variants. So I don't know. I'm a bit torn because being on the other end of a Petrifex player who's extremely good at Petrifex,
Mm-hmm.
um, didn't always feel good because I tend to
Right.
be a destruction player.
Yeah, you mentioned you like
And
IJ. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so I mean, I suppose if I played like Chaos or more Order armies, I might find it a bit easier.
Mm-hmm.
But in particular with Destruction, it was sort of like, okay, I'm gonna pump up these brutes and throw them in. Ah, God, they didn't do the job and they died.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and then it's, oh well, I'll just capture more with bodies. It's like, oh no, the Mortek Guard are on what? They on 25s, I believe.
Yep.
That's a stat that needs to be on the War Scroll, man. Like,
Body
you
base
need
size.
to
Yeah.
start putting base size on War Scrolls because it's the hidden statistic.
Yeah, 100%. No, that is the hottest take of hottest takes. I agree with that. Like I remember thinking thralls were like super good before, and then I'm like, wait, they're on 32s. And so for like I had this like thing where I'm like, oh, thralls are really good when like the IDK first came out, but I had no way of knowing in that sort of initial read of the book what base size they were on. So like the information I had, when they're teasing war scrolls and you're getting leaks like that in the early days and you're not quite certain the base size. So when one entire calendar year later and some change, Ossiarch Bone Reapers get teased at, I think it was Nova, and I'm like, wait, they've got them in the case. What's the base size? What's the base size? This is the first thing. I actually would have been fine with them being on 32s, but I think it works with their like they are like a phalanx that they're on like tight knit 25s. Not so much that like they don't take up a ton of space because they're like they're in like lockstep like Spartan style like shield to spear, and I think that's pretty cool.
I'd actually argue if they were on 32s, then we may have had a different story out of Petrifex. Petrifex might have been okay. This is reasonable all the way around. Just because if you truly wanted that devastating hit, well, you'd struggle to get them in at Rend 2 with the swords.
Mm-hmm.
But then if you wanted to get more hits in, well, then okay, you go spears, you get the range.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're only Rend 1, which you're getting from Petrifex. And
Right.
suddenly, like, that makes such a huge difference, which is gonna plug into Gargants and say, and that's one of the big things about the Gatebreaker. Like, Rend 3 on that flail, a lot of people aren't getting a save.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And in a game of dice rolls where usually it's one dice roll for the hit, one dice roll for the wound, one dice roll for the save, me telling you that we're going to hit and wound with no save
Yes.
is huge.
Yeah. No, that's massive, and I mean like that's a perfect segue into our show. Good evening, chat gang. I am, of course, the magical Mr. Mephisto. Welcome to episode 72 of RantCast. If it's not obvious by now, we're going to be talking about Ossiarch. I mean, we're going to be talking about Megagargants, Sons of Behemat. This is one of our hype episodes, if you will. This is shameless propaganda with a couple caveats early. We are here to get you hyped for an army if you're not already hyped about it. We'll also bringing some levity to a discussion, this broader discussion and zeitgeist around the Sons of Behemat. I am joined tonight for the second time and third time on Twitch in general with me, Vaniljsas. Fourth time because of Among Us. so
I
you're
don't
racking.
actually think I played Among Us with you. I don't actually own the game, so.
Man, but you were in chat. I remember hearing your voice in there.
Oh,
So
yeah, yeah.
yeah. So technically correct is the best kind of correct. So how's it going? How's it going, Vaniljsas? How's it going, man?
It's going quite well, just the usual world we live in now. Sat self quarantining, telling myself that now's the perfect time to hobby, and then not hobbying. I'm
Uh,
sure everyone else is the same with that.
well, yeah, I'm in that same boat, but I made a promise to you, chat gang, that I would hobby this month. So I'll figure out a day and I'll get at least one hobby stream in to be technically correct again and not a liar. But hopefully more than one. I'll try to set up like a weekly hobby night.
I should probably correct myself a little bit and say my concept of not hobbying is I'm ignoring anything that's like half an hour or less.
Mm,
Because there's no way I'm breaking my streak at this point. I've got an app on my phone that tracks my habits, and I click it every single day to say that I've hobbied, and that
amazing.
counts even if it's 5 minutes. So
Amazing.
every day, 5 minutes. I'm not breaking that number. Like
What's your hobby
it's
streak up to?
become an obsession.
What's your hobby streak up to?
Uh, I
Oh,
will find out.
busting out the app right now
Uh,
as we
uh,
speak.
good bit of good bit of video for everyone as I stare at a smartphone, the epitome of the millennial.
Mid conversation, stare at the smartphone whilst having a screen up. I think that it's super millennial to have a screen in front of you and then check your phone. That for me, like I have 3 screens, right? And like every now and then I'll be like, oh, I can't check Twitter on the screen that's over here. No, I have to check it on my phone. Like that for me.
It's not like in school or university or anything where it's like really subtle either. I'm just like turning my head and staring down. My streak is currently 221 days.
Not bad, not bad. And so just real quick, the prolific hobby streak as part of it, but real quick, kind of reintroduce Chat Gang to yourself if you'd like. Just like the Cliff's notes in case someone didn't catch you on the previous show.
Well, I'm Alex, or known in the community as Vaniljsas mostly. I tend to play destruction armies with a couple like split outs to go play a little bit of KO, a little bit of Fire Slayers, generally dwarves. And in the community I'm in, I'm generally more well known for taking things like skew lists. I like to bring something that's a bit ridiculous and see how far I can take it in an event.
Mm-hmm.
And other than that, more recently, I've started my own YouTube channel, specifically addressing tactics in Age of Sigmar. This is just from the standpoint of being mainly a destruction player. I felt like I could give something to people because with less tricks than other armies, you kind of need to know the basics.
Right, right, right. Except for smashing and bashing, which is a
Yeah,
great a
yeah,
great
it's,
trick.
yeah. If you're coming into a match against me with a bad armor save, oh, I'm just gonna fight in a line all the way down the battlefield, and the game's just gonna be over.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna like feel bad, but not really,
Right, right.
whilst offering to buy you a pint to make it look less bad that it was a top of one tabling.
so you've got your prolific hobby streak. So you a hobbyist, and you've got a competitive skew that you like to bake in, and you're doing some tactical videos. So that's kind of where you're coming in here. And of course, Megagargants were teased. We've kind of known about Sons of Behemat for a little while. I think this was one of those. It's like them and LRL were like the slowest of drip feed armies we've seen that were like confirmed in my time in Age of Sigmar.
That was a painful wait.
Right, right. So, destruction player tactics, charge. That's right, Kernigat. That's
Ah,
that.
Kenrick's worked it out. He doesn't need to watch any of the videos. That's
Yeah,
what they all end in.
yeah. That's why we beat you. Like OBR, like you just gave me 12 inches of movement by charging me. No, maw crushes are like they're still nasty. They can body like a 30 block of Mortec.
I'm never not gonna put a rent-free artifact on that Maw Crusher.
Right, right, yeah. Um, yeah. So you actually kind of, I don't know if it was during the cold open. You actually kind of mentioned the Ren 3 on I think it's the Gatebreaker there,
Yeah,
and I think we'll double back around to like the relevance of like having Ren 3, especially in our meta, in a little bit. But Mega Gargants was like it was a long wait, and I think folks had like because it was so long, even the most like sort of stoic amongst us couldn't help but let expectations get in and expectations build for something. And so I think this was an army of expectations. Um,
definitely. Yeah.
uh,
Um,
Go ahead.
I started really high. Like you get that teaser video where it was like they're just a myth, aren't they? Um,
Yeah.
and then around the same time, Games Workshop had a voucher offer, and I was in right away. I dropped, to my shame, 600 Canadian immediately into the vouchers. Like, okay, Gargants are coming in the next month or two. I'm preparing
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah. So you were, I mean, kind of like me with OBR and our buddies Bryce and Martin Orlando with LRL. Like you were ready to just buy in. You wrote like a blank check to get GW, and you're like, you know, we find out that equals 3 Gargants. a little,
Yes.
a, a
Well,
little.
not even that, because being over in
Oh,
the Americas, we add tax to the top of it after.
yeah.
Oh, as somebody who comes from the UK, I always feel like a bit of a kick in the teeth when they say to me, "Oh, it costs 230. Oh, by the way, we're going to add tax to the top of that now." It's like, what? It wasn't in it.
Yeah. 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 Hang on. This Lulu, what's up? Molly. Oh, daughter just wanted to say goodnight. Sorry, ganked by children. The 600 Canadian.
I feel like Tristan's a bit shocked.
Yeah, yeah, a little.
Yeah, I've got issues, Tristan, apparently, when it comes to spending money on hobby.
I,
I'm that person who buys the whole army in one go.
yeah, I see. I try to like kind of advise folks that is not the way. You know, like it should be a drip feed spaced out over time. You know, $60 every paycheck for a box of whatever, and so on and so forth. And like, you know, buy your big hobby centerpiece. You know, when you get an extra disposable income or for your birthday or something. No, all in. Let's go. Like this is the Vaniljsas way.
I'm gonna take a little shot and say $60. That buys you like the arm of the Gargant
Well,
just before you bubble it up.
well, I'm gonna, and I think your journey with like the expectations, already buying in with the vouchers on that voucher day where you got like bonus cash and stuff like that. Like I think your journey is a very poignant one regarding I feel like the community's journey, especially I remember that like sort of 3 day span with Twitter and my own personal Discord where we had some banter, a bunch of folks talking about Megagargants and stuff in our Discord for Chat Gang there, which I'm sure Incantibot will spam the link here eventually. The your story I feel like is the community story, and I want to get to that in a little bit. But first, we're gonna do one of these Mephisto bubbles. So I'm gonna say something. Yep. I'm gonna put it in the bubble, and we're gonna set it off to the side, and it's just gonna sit in that bubble, and I'm not gonna address it again. I am still, for me, and this is a me thing. I'm not speaking for you here. For me, the price point on them is super aggressive, and it still doesn't sit right with me. $200 being more expensive than Archeon feels, Techless felt expensive, and then they for me they went even further still. And I'm of two mind regarding this. One, I don't care that they try to make money. I don't care. I want them to continue to make products that I enjoy. So, like, by all means, make money. And on the flip side, if you have the money to spend, I'm not going to judge you for spending, disposable income. I've spent $200 on a single cardboard card before. I'm not judging anybody when it comes to like how you spend your hard-earned money. But it's one of those things that it felt aggressive, and from a sort of market standpoint, it felt short-sighted. To me, what they did when they came out with that $200 price point was, first off, touchdown Packers. When they came out with that price point, they opened up market share to like Mears Minis and these other companies that immediately came in with like their discounted prices, 50% off this weekend, and so on and so forth. So I'm like, why would you? I mean, they pretty much dominate the minis market. Games Workshop does. They are number one in terms of their like, in terms of their what they do, and they gave up market share in that instant. I watched people in real time go, I was gonna buy one just to like have one because the mercenary rule, and I watched people go, ooh, no, never mind. And
yeah, for sure.
people go from I'm just gonna buy 3 just for kicks, and now they're like, oh, down to 2. Like for me that felt aggressive. I got to get it out the way. It's the thing that doesn't, and then we can move on to proper propaganda. But for me, that was like a real egregious sort of move. This is a me thing. It has nothing to do with anybody else. But I got to say it, and I'm going to put it in the bubble, and I'm not going to address it again because I do think that we saw the start collecting boxes going up in price. I think that it's a bit of a harbinger that Games Workshop is going to have like a sort of global price hike across a lot of their models. I think that's part of the reality we're about to live in. So
I think just before it gets locked off, for me, it was probably less the Megagargants and more the Man Crushers. Just with the reboxing them when they're still like this 15-year-old giant model. For me, and they still had the square base put into the sprue. For me, that was a bit insulting. If they had reboxed it 2 together and then like dropped the price, I know they'll never drop the price, but if they had done, then I would have found it easier to swallow.
yeah, I mean that's true, and then the fact that like. I mean, this is a 4 War Scroll army. We'll get into how awesome these War Scrolls are in a little bit.
Yeah.
He could have dropped a new. You called them something new, the Ale Guzzler Gargants. They're Man Crushers now for purposes of this book. Like, you could have released a new skull. Maybe we'll get a warband and like it'll all like feel great and cozy inside. But I'm seeing a lot of folks looking at alternative minis and things like that, and it just felt like a oversight by Games Workshop when they. Go ahead.
I'll tell you what, in the Sons of Behemat Facebook, I am seeing the as per your shirt actually, the 3D printing community really step up and step in with their game,
Oh, I don't know what mini company it was, but the minute, and this is the kind of shade and trolling and gamesmanship I really enjoy on the table, the kind of trash talk. A game company immediately put all their giant sculpts on 50% off immediately, and I'm just like,
that was Mias Miniatures.
I'm like, that is such a BDE play, like just all of the energy.
We sent it out as an email shot as well.
Yeah.
Just so that if people didn't regularly check their website, they got it as an email. And it's about the same day that you find out the prices of the megas.
Yeah.
So it's like, whilst you're in the midst of reeling about it, you see this email come in from me, so you're there like, oh, 50% off, you say? Oh.
Right. Well, and that's what that does, though, is that brings that down to, I have impulse control issues. That's why I'm a nerd. Like, I will impulsively buy the thing. Like, they pushed a lot of, like, Megagargants got pushed out of the, like, impulsively buy it for myself for Christmas range. Everyone's threshold differs. But, like, Mirrors, like, people just impulse buy giants for kicks at this point. Because they're like, oh, dude, look at this sweet giant. And look at the Swolbro giant. And so, like, now they push through that way down into impulse. Even if you don't end up fielding it, they just made bank. Like, they just printed money with that one email.
I didn't buy from Mias because the one I wanted had already gone out of stock. Like, that's actually the reason I didn't buy from them, because I went to the website about a day later. I went online and I'm like, oh, I want this kind of giant. I went on and it's like, oh, out of stock. And I didn't know how quickly they'd reproduce it. Turns out it was like a week, but
but that was enough to stay.
Anyway. Yeah. But that was too much for impulse control me. So I immediately went, oh, well, I've just considered Mias. I wonder what Mantic Games are doing. And proceeded to immediately order a giant from Mantic Games instead.
Man.
Yeah.
that's actually really funny. But yeah, so like we've said it, we got it out the way. I think this is the thing that I really want. Like, we'll put it in the bubble now. We'll throw it up over there. We don't need to talk about it. It's I wanted to leave the show with it because like that was for me a moment of disharmony, and I had a trouble kind of like But I love that Elf over here, or Elf Joe over here, is like, I totally impulse bought a mega because it's what I do. and 2 bone giants.
I think Dreamer phrased it perfectly. By the way, the Mias, let me just slide into your wallet's DMs.
Yeah, yeah. No, that was brilliant there, Dreamer. Yeah. Peace broke off. I got 2 for 1 Gargants. Peace broke off. GW customer service remains undefeated. Yeah, they do have a.
They got the best. Like the customer service is just unbelievable.
Right. And there's a lot of reasons why like I still love Games Workshop as a company, and I think they are doing some good stuff. I don't fault them for trying to make money. We live in a capitalist society. As long as that's a reality, like people go to capitalist, So
Yeah.
make that bank. I don't, that's not it. But pushing it to that prohibitively expensive line is where I'm like, all right.
I complain about it, but I still gave them my money.
Right. Yeah. And then where was it here? Yeah, YouTube hobby cheating. Thanks for helping out Addo there. And yeah, all right. I think I'm caught up on chat. Sorry about that. So we'll move on to sort of like the mentality and the progression. And like you basically had the blank check, 1 army ready to go, right? Your voucher.
Yeah. I figured 660 Canadian was enough to buy an army.
Yeah. Wait, what was it? Or did you have to go in extra?
This is where the journey comes in, because they dragged it out so long that 660 had become Archaon, a Star Drake. So I just had it sat there.
Yeah.
Luckily, I have been reminded about the fact that, and again, GW customer service here, let's plug it. If you haven't like unwrapped your box or anything like that, they will take it back. So given I hadn't got round to any of that stuff yet, by the time Gargants did come around, like a lot of it went back in, and that's how I ended up buying back in. Actually, I believe I've set the local record at our Games Workshop for largest trade-in and least money spent. Because I was also selling an army to someone who didn't really, because of COVID, have the cash. But they also had a backlog of boxes like me. And my order was, I believe, $1,377 all in. And I handed over $53 in cash
because of your trade-in and stuff like that.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant. No, that's fantastic. But before you got to that point, you did have some apprehension. And this is what I'm talking about. This sort of line of the community is people waited for so long for this army to come out. You couldn't help but build expectations. The general general second person there. I almost said poison. Apparently, I'm like I'm a
French fish.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, like I'm in Feifel Goes West or something.
I believe.
Yeah. Poisson. Yeah, Le Poisson. Yeah. That's right, because of the Little Mermaid, it's Le Poisson.
We're now digging into the Canadian side of things, and we've become a bilingual channel, guys.
Right, we are bilingual. Like and subscribe.
Unfortunately, that's about the limit of my French.
I know a little bit. Un petit peu. So you had this. Okay, so like then they were like, where was it where you started to kind of like lose the faith? Was it the rules release? What was it? What did it?
So it was a couple of things. It was the sheer time, because the excitement only really lasts so long, and given someone like me tends to impulse buy like a full army at a time, which is how I ended up like siphoning off the money gradually for dragons.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of chilled on the idea of buying the Gargants over time, up until the point I pretty much convinced myself I was just going to give them a skip. Which,
I mean,
I'm sure my local community finds that hilarious, the idea that I would skip a big stompy monster army, but
yeah, like the destruction-y, finally we got a new destruction army, like, which was what I I have wanted a new destruction army for a long time. I feel like death and destruction are sort of like siblings in arms. You know,
Yeah,
um,
once you're in, you're in.
what's that?
Once you're in, you're in.
Yeah, yeah, and
Like,
so
you decide you're a deaf player, and you are a deaf player.
right, right, destruction similar, and so like when I feel like a kinship with that because we're the thinner, we're the two thinner Grand Alliances. We have the few kind of the fewest amount of armies. If they didn't soup destruction, death would have totally had, but then like it kind of we evened up, and it's like come on, like we at least got to keep pace with each other. So like they need a new army, and so it's just like that's where I'm at. Is like I also think destruction is where Games Workshop has expressed a great deal of creativity. So I was super excited to see what creatively they would do
Yeah,
with a brand new army. Like
and I think just prior to the rules drop, I was probably like a lot of people, because it had been so long, I built up this idea in my head of what the army's going to be. And what with pop culture and that for films and books and that, in my head, giants were this massive destructive force. Kept like Godzilla rampaging through the
yeah,
city, which as per the narrative of the actual book, fits the Age of Myth. Which you've got to remember, the Age of Myth, you've got like Grimnir is destroying entire mountains while he's fighting a gigantic salamander thing.
mm-hmm.
Uh, so in the Age of Myth, everybody's able to destroy everything.
Right, right.
And then we saw the rules. So we got our rules previews.
It was
And,
the first
this
like
is when
war
you
scroll.
started
Yeah,
hearing from me personally. Because I didn't want to be as negative in Twitter and that. But you generally provide like a safe space where people can just speak their mind.
yeah.
So
That's my goal.
I was very guilty of ranting to you, mainly
Yeah.
because in my meta we have melee hammers. The competitive melee hammer that Haywo talks about,
Mm-hmm.
the one that if it hits you, unless you are Petrifex Elite Mortec Guard, you are dead.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's irrelevant, like, oh look, it's my cabbage. What, you only have 15 health? Yeah, you're dead.
Well, yeah,
It's Nagash in Petrifex Elite. Oh, that's nice, you're still dead. It's
yeah. I mean, there's those competitive melee hammers might as well say they do infinity damage, right? Like in terms of like
yeah.
they hit something and it's missed unless it's precisely Fire Slayers, Hearthguard Berserkers, and like Mortec Guard and like some Nurgle stuff and like Staunch Cast, which is still floating around in some respects. Um,
Uh, I've I've got to count our blessings for our local meta, by the way.
mm-hmm.
The Fire Slayers player is me, and
You
I
monster.
hate half guard berserkers, so I only own 10.
Mm.
And that was just for one list where I was messing around. I also wanted to see how powerful they were, and good god. Because I'm Destruction Monster Mash, I'm very much on the half guard, rather than the half guard berserker train. I'm on the magma droff train.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
took
they're 5 magma droffs.
you took 5 magma droughts to a tournament. How'd you end up going with them?
I managed to go 4-on-1 with them, which seems a bit ridiculous when everybody's telling you that, oh, they're so terrible. But, you throw enough mortal wounds at things, it starts to add up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Especially when we add on the fact that, oh, you're killing me. That'll be like, 50% of those wounds back as mortal wounds on top of what I've already done.
Mm-hmm.
It also helped that in the event I did match against some of the more horde style armies. By matching against them, it meant like the flame breaths just auto hit. So over 6 inches away, it was 5d3 mortal wounds. But if it was under 6 inches, it was 5d6 mortal wounds. Just from the flame breaths.
Burninating the countryside.
Yeah. Whilst I'm usually sat there on like a 2 or a 3 up, reduce rend by 1, reroll 1s, like
Right.
So I'm nigh unkillable for a little bit.
Yeah, That's actually really funny. So you had this like kind of oh no moment. You had a proper rant with us, which like you said in that sort of safe space I try to create in my community. I like to rant personally. I think blowing off steam is healthy. I think especially when there's some humor, there's some self awareness and humor in it. That's why the show pretty much exists. Like so like you got that out of there. What was and then and I started the clock running from then. By the way, I don't know if you know this. Like I secretly. So I secretly started running the clock there, and it was like T minus how many minutes until or hours until he has and I believe I clocked it at precisely 23 hours and 30 minutes. But by the end, but I mean if I can cast people's mind back, we saw like a couple of underwhelming War Scrolls, you know, and then
Yeah.
and then it was like kind of like a in between period of them, I believe, just kind of talking about the fluff and the narrative a little bit, and then we got sort of a second set of rules. Where did the switch flip? Because within that time span, you went from being really down on the army to having the whole army ready to go. like,
So for me, a lot of it was timing. As I said with the trading, I was selling another army at the time, and I wanted to get rid of it, because I don't play it. It's on my shelf. So that was giving me a fair chunk of change to go in on something for
mm-hmm.
Warhammer. And I was toying with the idea of getting some 40k miniatures, specifically orcs, because as you know, orc players.
Orc players are orc players are orc players, yeah.
But then like just looking again at giants, I had there's that little switch in my head which everybody says it's terrible, and I'm there like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show you.
I'm gonna show you I can win with 5 magma droths, like that same switch.
Yeah. And then like looking more at the rules and trying to combine them, I was very much just thinking, well, Stonehorns win games. So we know there's something in mightier makes rightier for sure.
Right.
And then it was a little bit of soul searching about my local meta, thinking, I know we have this ridiculous damage in melee, but how much do we actually have that? Like, because the meta's shifting, but the problem is without having events, we don't really see how much it's shifting.
It's a lot more math hammer as opposed to practical practical experience, because like you go, yeah, if I get all 40 more tech guard in, it's this much damage. Well, how likely am I getting all 40 in when somebody across the table from me is playing, pivoting their models, pinning me, using terrain, so on and so forth? Like that's the ideal metrics. The game is played in real time between two players who have a mastery over, like, theoretically at a certain tier of play, have a mastery over the movement and positioning. Like how often is that? Really, how often do those 30 witch elves actually scream and get all 30 bodies in on? And that's where when I found out the base size on these things, I went, ooh.
Yeah, the Megagargant base size, for anyone who doesn't know,
I think it was
you would automatically assume it's on the pie plate, the 160 mil, but it's actually not. It's on the dragon plate for like the Gristlegore dragon.
Yeah.
So it's on 130 mils, and this combined. So we saw the Longshanks rule, and we were there like, well, it's not fly. Clearly, fly would have been a lot better, and I wish it was, but it isn't. But only having 130 mil base, you can sort of make the argument of, well, actually, it might be okay.
Yeah.
Also, 130 mil base, if people don't know, you stand in the center of an objective, counted as 20 models. And I know theoretically you can get enough 32 mil bases around that and not be in combat and take it, but I would wish you luck doing that in practice.
Right. That's like with the bringy dingy, some of the the bringy dingy tech people are talking about, and so they had to make specific like movement trays to even make the combo work. And it's like, come on, like.
Yeah, I think I've seen it once, and I think that was on like an Honest Wargamer event that somebody had it, out there, and that was the one time I've ever seen it. I've never seen it in real life. I've seen the pictures of it, the theory and that, and it's like, okay, well that's a lovely theory, but practice.
Right. Right. Yeah. So there's a practical experience aspect to our game. You had this, that switch flip, like you said, and for my read, I think a lot of there is some dissonance because you talked about the narrative of them in the Age of Myth, of them like smashing everything and destroying everything, and we saw the damage and some of the damage profiles, and I know Vince did some math in like the WhatsApp group, and you're like, these don't do, like, these are not competitive hammers dot army, like this
No,
is we had this expectation. Games Workshop built that expectation. That first video is like, the Tharby monsters, these things are raw, be afraid, they destroy everything, and they're like, well, no, they don't destroy everything, and so we had to like kind of walk it back a little bit and work through our expectations. And
so
one,
I
oh
know
yeah, go ahead.
Vince talked about this with the narrative dissonance. And people have commented saying, well, people are going to change the narrative now to match it. And okay, you can accuse me of that, that's fine. But I would like to mention, after having read through the Battletome's narrative, that yes, they destroy everything, they rampage entire cities in the Age of Myth. And then more recently, there are tales of them coming and destroying cities, but it's always hinting at like this true horde of giants. Like this is going to be like 30 giants turn up and your city's devastated. Well, in 2,000 points, you can't have 30 giants, so
Yeah.
and then for me, like what truly makes it, and true for me, being British, having grown up with things like the BFG, Roald Dahl,
Roald Dahl
uh,
is one of my absolute favorite
uh,
authors.
I I sort of fell in love with the book even more when I read things like it was talking about how giants often have little competitions like wake belching, and I was thinking, what on earth is that? And then it goes on to describe it. It's like so they wait until a town is asleep at night. So imagine your town from like Knight's Tale or something like that.
Mhm.
And then they bend down at night, stick their head through the gate after having drunk as much ale or something like that as possible, and then they belch as loudly as they can for as long as they can and wake all the residents of the town up. And it's a competition of who can wake the most people up. Unfortunately, it also notes that the person who first starts yelling profanities at them when they get woken up usually gets eaten. But it brought me back to that childhood of reading about this fun giant, and then there was also different parts of the narrative which talk about how the giants now tend to be like rampaging and stealing food and pillaging food, which again is very BFG.
Mhm.
uh, yes, they are this destructive force. Yes, they that's an argument to have the hammers do more damage because it's a bit embarrassing.
Well,
um,
the
at the
clubs,
same
the
time,
two damage clubs, right? Like that everyone's kind of complaining about.
yeah,
Yeah.
but at the same time, the narrative does actually support like these, I guess, these more prankster giants. And in particular, when we think about it, so if we talk about the narrative, and when they go, oh well, they're actually here raiding towns, stealing food. Well, what is the objective that we're stealing on, say, I don't know, Knife to the Heart? Was we don't know what it is. It's like this theoretical, mystical point in space. But what happens if it was the town's supplies for winter?
Right.
You know?
They get to them and they eat them all, and that's why it's game over in that
Yeah.
instance. Yeah.
And suddenly I have a narrative that supports objective play.
Mm-hmm. No, I like that take, and I think that my read on the art style from that very first teaser was that they went more like sort of fantasy whimsy with the
Yeah, very
giants,
much so.
and there's a real whimsy to the army that I think they worked to get across, and I do think that they're successful there. There's a little bit of disharmony on how much
It,
the hammer, how much their hammer is a hammer. But I mean, man crushers do damage in War Stompers. Like they're
Oh
gonna,
yeah,
like they're going to bring the damage.
I'm gonna do a little shout out to my first game of Giants. I was playing on TTS with one of the locals. I played War Stompers, and those man crushers in a squad of 3, my god. So one turn they did 4 damage. Yeah. Yeah, nice. That was well worth 500 points.
Did they eat something
But
though?
net,
Did they eat one, or is that counted in the 4?
that's counted in the 4.
Oh!
It was so pathetic.
Like they ate one model and did 3
Yeah.
damage with the yeah, okay, all right.
I think it was an injured one did a headbutt or something. Like the clubs just failed. I was fighting Slaves to Darkness, by the way, with like the reroll saves and stuff like that. So there's a reason for it. But the next turn, they not only killed an entire squad of Chaos Warriors, they had a spare, I think it was 46 damage left to allocate to that squad. Like, the squad's already dead, and there's enough damage there to kill the squad again. So, if we want to talk about the Destruction Grand Alliance's whole casino jackpot,
Right, yeah, the quote unquote like the bullshit randomness or whatever, or wacky randomness, however you want to term it. Like, yeah, I mean that they're swingy. I mean that's part of, I think that's, for better or for worse, part of the charm of Destruction. It's one of those, like, this is not a flaw, this is a feature. Like this is a deliberate design choice, like to not be the hyper consistent, like, you want the big swings on both sides, because, like, yeah, you get the 4 damage, you're like, ugh. But then you get the 50 damage, and you're like, oh, and that feels way better than just always consistently being at that, like, 20, that midway point, right? Like,
yeah, it actually makes it more fun to lose as Destruction as well. Just because you can do that blaming the mystical third party thing where you go, oh well, if I had just got one of those swings, like you're in Vegas with a what is it,
slot machine,
yeah. Like, I just got all 3 numbers, I just get them, and then I've got this,
Yeah, if I got them, I'll refill my whole credit count, and then I can keep gambling all day.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah. So yeah, I think that's cool, and the whimsy and stuff like that.
Yeah, when we think of the whimsy, these are very much your English folklore giants, not your Norse mythology giants. They're not coming from a different realm to conquer the entire thing. They're just already there, really, just wandering through. They don't really care about you.
Yeah, that's a fair read. Meandering a bit, like, and I think that's where, for me, one thing I noticed about them, and there's a little bit of another bubble discussion. We'll put it in the bubble after I get the point out the way here. I wish Mightier Makes Mightier was different when I saw it. When I first saw it, I'm like, I don't like that they're going in-house and then literally just saying, I'm going to take your thing, I'm going to take Ogre's thing, and I'm just going to say mine is better. Like, if they went outside of faction and they did something that was like a mockery of somebody else's faction, that stuff's kind of fun. Like, that plays to, like, us versus them, the sort of, like, grand alliances against each other sort of thing. But they, like, actually took something from within their own faction and then said, like, mine's better. Like, and that felt weird.
I think that was a big part of my rants to you as well, definitely, that I felt cheesed off that it was stolen from ogres,
Yeah, and it's like, this could have been, like, I would have been a big fan of, like, wounds, or just literally on their chart saying how many models they count as capturing for. Like, something like that. Like, I thought that would have been just completely fine. It would have opened up a different design space. It could have even been, like, objective secured. There was different.
That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, like, there could have been different stuff. In the long run, though, and, like, I got it out the way, so it's in the bubble, and we'll throw that up over there. It's a powerful rule. I mean, that's really where.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's such a powerful rule to count as 20 or 30 if you go with the one sub-faction with your Megagargant, and then you can actually be, like, 30 with your Man Crushers, too. Like, ugh! Like, that's such a powerful rule, and we're seeing a density of wounds in a single location that we kind of haven't seen before. And I think
Yeah.
that was sort of the like the hidden factor of this army, that as I saw the full picture of the Battletome kind of come together, and like they spoil more rules, I'm like, this is a quintessentially like fat middle army, where we've wanted these armies to come out in the fat middle, not to be pushed, the way like Zinch was when it first came out. Like, I mean, that, or Flesh Eater Courts, that original sort of golden parachute army. Like, we complained we don't want armies to go that far, and I'm like, did people actually want this army to go further? Like, was that like the read? Like, they wanted it to be like a 5-0 or 4-1 army out the gates, and um,
This is one of the things that I've had to come to terms with myself. It's what could we actually add to giants that would make them more powerful, but not suddenly risk them jumping up to that stage where again we're lambasting GW for creating something too powerful, like, oh look, this army is just another Slanesh or just another
yeah,
Petrifex Elite or something like that. For once, we're not lambasting them for this. We're doing it because we're
the
saying they're
opposite.
too weak.
Yeah, they're too weak. We're going the other way.
And when people are actually playing them, at least from what I've seen, and maybe it's coloured by my own view, they're fun. They can win games. Yes, they have really hard matchups against some lists. Like, if you played against Big War, I've got no idea what you're supposed to do. But, most of the time, you're still going to have fun.
Well, I think that was Vince had a read like that, and his episode, I think, is a little bit more analytical than I even care to be. He had like even when losing, I had more fun playing this army than ever before, and
Exactly.
and I think to kind of steal his take, it's here now. Like, the army is here now, and so like there will be a future where things change. Like, it gets a Codex or a Battletome 2.0 down the line. They add a warband. Like, it's here now, and I think that it's reinforced something that I was screaming Petrifex Elite was telling people to do a GHB ago, which is play the objectives. But it didn't have anything in its war scrolls that said, hey, play the objectives beyond I'm super tanky. Like, all of the, like, play... I'm like, hey, do you want to know how do you beat my Petrifex army? Charging it, alpha striking my army turn 1 isn't how you beat me. That plays into my hand. Like, I will just grind you.
Nobody believe him. That's lies and slander.
Yeah,
You teleport 20 brutes in at the top of one and just roll the dice.
Yeah, see where they land. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, I'm like, well, you beat my army by playing the objectives. And, like, if you read between the lines of everything my army says, is it says, read the objectives. We're elite. We don't project power super well. Like, yada, yada, yada. But this army is saying it plays the objectives. From kicking objectives to smashing terrain that is in their way of getting to objectives to, like, to scoring the way they score. Like, this army plays the objectives, and I think that that's really, I mean, that's a healthy raising the water level of the general skill set of your average Age of Sigmar player, who does, for the most part, just kind of want to push their stuff across the table and like smash things and like ha ha ha.
Well, one of the things that I've had in my games is I will often be tabled, probably turn 4, turn 5, but quite often I still win on objectives. And it's that reminder, as you said, that there's a difference between just trashing the enemy army and actually winning the game, because it's an objective game.
Mm-hmm.
And with them adding, these secondaries, it pulls us away from looking directly at kill points, which again helps favor the idea of actually playing the objectives.
Right. And kill points, I've got separate rants on how I think kill points are terrible to begin with, but it's the way, even back in like the sort of the original editions that I played and stuff, it was just the way we were taught to play the game, was like, look at the kill points. And we've had to essentially deprogram from that entire mentality. So,
well, it's like we're also gradually, I don't know about everyone else's tables, but on my tables, like, we're gradually getting more interesting terrain setups. We're moving away from what I've been informed Warhammer Fantasy was like, where it was like fighting over golf courses.
Yes.
and we're moving.
With the literal tiered stacked hills where they're like they have
Yeah,
the little go on.
yeah, and we're moving towards. Oh well, this piece of terrain is getting used as a charge block or a line of sight block, and this piece of terrain changes how you interact with that objective because it just blocks the edge of it.
Yeah.
It makes it far more interesting for actually playing
Yeah.
the objectives.
Yeah.
And if you look over at 40k, they've also started evolving away from just murder the other army to playing objectives. So it really is the direction Games Workshop are taking us in.
I like it because I feel like objectives and battle plans are the great equalizer. Dice and battle plans are the great equalizer in any matchup.
Yeah.
No matter how out of it you think your army is, if you play the table, even like you just kind of like ignore who your opponent is and just start playing the table, you'll be surprised how much better you can do. And real quick, W Soren dropping 1,000 RDP to remind everyone that chat gang ain't nothing to mess with. And earlier, Dreamer, I missed it, but you dropped 1,000 RDP to remind everyone that chat gang ain't nothing to mess with. So thank you for that.
And a special mention of I hope you're doing okay, WSRN.
Right on. Yeah. A little update for chat gang. He is home from the hospital, and so we're glad to hear that. COVID's no joke, y'all. Mask up. Keep washing your hands and distance, please. So yeah, I think that this army nestles nicely in the fat middle, and I actually think it trends towards the top side, not the bottom side, which has been other people's read, because I think the table play is very, very strong, and I think it has the pub stomper quality that some people just aren't going to be able to deal with. I think it sort of, in the way that like Petrifex Elite says, hey, do you have Ren 2 in your army? Yes, no. This says, can you deal with 35 or 70 wounds once you add in the 4-up in that one spot? Yes, no. Okay.
Yeah, it's very battle plan dependent as well because we focus on them being a low model count army. So depending on how it's going to be built, myself, I build like a block of 3 man crushers, 3 separate man crushers, and then 2 megagargants in all my lists because I just like that build. So it gives me multiple threats. But when we go to look at, I don't know, Scorched Earth, which has got 8 objectives, all of a sudden, my army is a lot more vulnerable.
Yeah.
Whereas if we wanted to look at something like that really favors me, like I think it's what's the name? Focal points, the one with behemoths or monsters, whatever it is, leaders.
Yeah.
Gets you an extra point.
Yeah.
Like that really favors the giants. So it would be a case of on Scorched Earth, I would be asking the question, can you pick off my man crushers quick enough so that I can't dominate the table? Whereas on focal points, it'd probably be a case of, can you pick off my sort of outskirts man crushers and then deal with probably the Kraken Eater I've got with me because I'm in the middle of kicking the objectives closer together so that I can get those multiple points for having guys within 6 inches of an objective.
Brilliant. Yeah, so I guess from here we kind of got like a cursory read of the army. I think we can maybe move into talking a little bit about the abilities. I'm not going to do the deep Battletome review because there's a lot of folks out there that have some brilliant Battletome reviews. Cubic Shenanigans has a great one, or a friend of the show, Brendan. I'm sure Coach has an amazing one, or 4 you can go watch. But I do want to go into like kind of how does this puzzle fit together. And that's kind of how I think we're gonna talk about this. And as I was listening to Warhammer Weekly, listening to him talk, I started to get this mental picture. And as I've been talking to you right now, it's sort of developed that this is an army that is like a heavyweight boxer, like that wants to just like trade these slugs and see who's standing at the end. You know, just like these big haymakers. It's not the flashy like welterweight or featherweight fights. This is a striking battle. Who just you got your guard up and you're just trading these huge shots back and forth. And I think that the army starts to feel like it plays that way, you know?
Yeah, especially I'd say the shout out to the Gatebreaker that if he had his +1 or maybe even +2 to hit against the target, he's butterbean, you know?
Like he's yeah.
He's walked in and you're there like, you know, these giants, they only hit like this. It's fine. It's like, oh, but But against that, I don't know, the Shinians and Totem one that people were looking at. So let's say against those Mortek Guard, if you didn't remove your leader, so I get +1 to hit. Shinians, so I get +1 to hit because your save's too good. I'd be like, okay, that big swinging flail has gone from 4s to 2s.
Nice.
And it's rend free, so good luck with your 6-up re-rolling.
Yeah. The Butterbean name drop. That's right. And then Hotspur dropped 1,000 RDP to remind everyone chat gang ain't none to mess with. And yeah, Soren, we hope you feel better, buddy. Good night. Rest up. Rest is best right now. We're all everyone here in chat gang's pulling for you. Elf Joe asking, have you come across LRL Syar with the little hero lock-in artifacts? The one that basically disables the hero. I haven't personally played against it myself yet.
No, I've not played against it either. We've got 2 people in our local scene who are doing some LRL. One of them's playing with people in person, which I'm personally locked away because me and the missus are at risk.
Right.
So it's not worth it. And the other one, we just haven't gotten around to arranging a game yet. But I don't think he's looking towards that way with Sire. So again, it comes down to your local scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and go ahead. Finish.
I was gonna say if it's not a risk to your local scene, then it really colors your view of things.
Yeah, and as for the allies thing, this question's come up a couple times. We'll talk about like the mercenaries in just a bit. So we'll circle around to that and sort of like what the mercenaries might look like outside of the army. So I think just as some sticking point for like one final sticking point before we move on to talking about some abilities. I think that this army is also a low mental baggage army, and I think that is one of its hidden strengths.
I'm gonna be slugging beers like continuously in an event while playing them. My opponent, God forbid they're a corn player, they're sat there with their whiteboard up trying to do like all this maths and gymnastics to try and play their army. I'm going to be there with like a line of shots on the table, like slugging one back every time I make a charge or stuff something in a bag or something.
Right.
And somehow after the game, I'm going to be the less exhausted one.
Well, that's the thing, and I think that this army, with that low mental fatigue, that low mental baggage, that is a hidden strength, and I really do think that that's going to help it perform well in a tournament setting that you don't even really account for, because the mental game is a real factor in playing anything competitive, and so I think that this thing has a good thing there. You focus more on playing fundamental Warhammer than like all that, like you said, like you've got your Fibonacci sequence and you're tracking like the Venn diagrams of buffs like corn, and no, you just
especially the shout out to game 3 of day 1. I don't know about all the other guys in the chat and that, but me personally, I sometimes bring an army like that 5 Magmajoff Fire Slayers where it's got to be played in a certain sequence and that to actually even work. And I get to game 3 of that day and I'm not even deployed and I'm mentally exhausted and fatigued, I've got so much to remember to actually not have it all fall apart. Whereas this army, I'll just be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a giant down here. My opponent then deploys, 40 skinks, and I'm like, I'm just gonna put a giant down here. And then it's like, come on, hurry up with your deployment, Come on, man. How many models are you putting down? I'll just put another giant here.
That's fantastic. Played a 3-game event on Sunday. Could have run a marathon with the amount of energy I had left. Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, so yeah. I mean, I'll just kind of then jump right in now with our allegiance abilities here, and I think most people have. If you're here, you probably understand that there's sort of 3 Megagargants, and really what this army does is, depending on which one you pick as your general, it kind of flavors the rest of your traits and your artifacts and stuff like that. It's actually kind of ingenious design, because they've sort of taken the idea of sub-factions and they've rolled it into like the general itself, which is cool. Which is a cool design space. I think that bears mentioning.
I'm gonna briefly touch on this, but please don't advance on it any further. It really epitomizes the cult of personality thing we have going in real life now. That's what your general is in Giants. You
Oh,
know, everybody follows him regardless.
yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, like they kind of fall in line with what that giant's doing. And to clarify, I mean, you can run so if, like you have a Kraken Eater and a Gatebreaker. Like you can have them both in your army. If you go
Yes.
the Kraken Eater is my general. I am now the Taker tribe, right? Like
Yeah.
that's how that works. And then like the Taker tribe kind of goes across your Man Crushers, and if there are some stuff that's stacked with that Gatebreaker, the Gatebreaker would still get whatever that bonus or positive might be. I think specifically Breaker Tribe is the one that says the whole army gets this thing. So
I think it might be Gatebreakers and Man Crushers specifically.
mm-hmm.
So I think if your other mega doesn't, to my knowledge,
Depending on
I'd have to
like
double check. But yeah, so basically most of them you get a bonus for the mega, and it varies whether it's like a combat bonus or in the case of War Stomper, it gives you a whole heap of new command abilities.
Right.
And then the bonuses tend to apply to the Man Crushers. If you want to have another mega in that's not of the same type, I believe it doesn't get the bonuses. It just sort of is there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Which sometimes it's still good, you know. Like if we look at it, including a Gatebreaker, well, he brings free rend to the party.
Mm-hmm.
If we look at the Kraken Eater, well, he brings objective.
Kicking the objectives, you like. I actually have my favorite. Let's get this out the way right away. What's your favorite Megagargant? Not tribe, not like what, just like at the war scroll at the face value. Which one's your favorite?
The actual model, the War Stomper all the way.
Okay. Okay.
Rules wise, I'm all the way over there with the Kraken Eater. For me, I can't get over the kick objectives thing. It's an entirely unique rule, and for me, it's the bread and butter of what makes the army the army. You know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair enough. Did I say
What about
football on
yourself?
accident?
Which
I've got
is your
football.
favorite?
Yeah, my favorite is it just like I actually model wise, and I didn't think I'd like the Kraken Eater as much as I do model wise. But like ones that like the boat on the back and stuff like that, I actually really enjoy it. So I like that,
I like
and
the little tentacle, you know,
yeah,
on his side.
yeah, like the little like I like some of that stuff. Um, and yeah, so it's for me it's the Kraken Eater. I like the fluff of it. I like the kicking objectives. Like I think that's like it's got the net, which does the like stuff them in me bag, but like times a D3 instead. You know, like so it's doing a D3 instead of just one. So I really enjoy it. Kind of overall, I think it might actually be my favorite tribe too. As I start to think about how I would play the army, even though I know most people are like all about the Stomper tribe, maybe. But
I've played all three tribes,
okay,
and I'm really torn. I thought I would really like the Kraken Eater the most,
okay,
but after playing it, I don't.
really,
I feel like what the Taker tribe is bringing, I guess I would call it even mightier makes mighty makes rightier.
yeah,
Which for me it's a case of, well, I'm already dominating the objective anyway. I don't need more of this nonsense, you know. It's nice having the bigger selection of artifacts, and I would say the command traits are more interesting. But at the same time, they don't really inspire me in that same way, you know.
See, I like it. To me, it's the one that looks the cagiest, and I like cagey play because some of the artifacts and traits, and I'm like, now that single, because if you're going with like a two megas, and you might go a 3 block, a 1 and a 1, I think, and that's about how your list breaks down.
That's how I do it.
That single man crusher is now 20 models. You're just like, the heck, like so.
Yeah, well, he goes on to an objective, and then in Take a Tribe he counts as 15 instead of 10.
Oh, 15, sorry, yeah, 15.
Which which does mean that, somebody else drops down let's say they're teleporting chaff, which can usually cheekily steal a back objective.
Right.
And they're probably 10 models at most. So it becomes, well, you've got to kill him anyway. Which in most cases you probably did have to kill him anyway, but in some cases they might teleport 20 down. But again, whilst we've got him on the objective, if you're teleporting, good luck getting all the models on,
Right.
I'm just going to quickly address something Coach has mentioned. He asked my thoughts on running double of the same mega. When I played Taker Tribe, I did run double Kraken Eater, which was fun. Kicking objectives is great. Stuffing in the bag is just phenomenal. The ability to break coherency is madness. Outside of Taker Tribe, I wouldn't run the same two megas, and that's purely because for me, my second mega slot is always a Kraken Eater.
Always. All right. I see. I respect it. He's the heresy. um, pardon me. Yeah.
It's because Coach is too busy being trained to play objectives and from being, I guess, the ogre side of destruction.
Mhm.
And I'm from the Iron Jaw side of destruction, so I'm trained to smash things.
Oh, it was Gits,
So
actually, as I recall. Coach's thing was Gits for a while.
well, even more holding objectives. Like they poke things to death gradually, so I guess that's giants in a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, if I'm given the opportunity to smash things, I will still be a true Orc player and try smash things just because
Right.
I can.
Right. And so back to the battle traits real quick. Mightier makes Rightier, we already mentioned. Your Man
Yeah.
Crushers, which are your, the Derpgants, the Ale Guzzlers.
Yeah.
Those ones count as 10, and then your Megagargants all count as 20 models instead of 1. So like that's pretty straightforward. It's a very, very powerful ability. And then they get Chuck Rocks.
Yeah.
How's Chuck Rocks been working out for you on the table?
Okay, so each time you attack with it, it's D3 attacks. Which, if you've watched Vince's content, he does really hammer home the point of this is so random. It's like it's D3 attacks, then it's not great on the hit roll, it's okay on the wound roll, and then it's D3 damage. And usually for competitive players, the moment we put 2 lots of random in your one line, you immediately go nope and switch off. And it's understandable. Like my experience in games has been one turn it did its job, like I'm able to snipe something out or reduce the number of models on an objective, and the next turn it's why did I even spend the command point?
Mm.
It's very swingy. I would like to note for people who don't necessarily know, though, it does call out that it's a missile attack you're getting access to.
Mm-hmm.
So at least my read until the FAQ would be that you cannot run and still chuck rocks.
Right.
Because it's an attack and not an ability.
Yeah. So that's Chuck Rocks. I think the practicality of it is going to be sometimes you finish off that wizard over there, or sometimes you kill that. You're hoping to kill the one model or the two models that are locking you into combat so that you can potentially move or something like that, right? Like I think that's what it's going to be in practicality.
Just as an aside, because I forgot to mention it. If you are playing War Stompers and you have, like, I don't know, 6 to 9 Man Crushers, your AoE for Chuck Rocks would activate all of them. And your Horde damage bonus does not specify melee weapons. So those against a 20 block of models, let's say Skinks, are suddenly doing D3 plus 2 each, which suddenly changes the maths on that damage.
Yeah.
And then we've got the shout out towards the Breaker tribe of I'll have to double check, but I believe you get the +1 to hit from your fierce loathing. So that suddenly changes it from a 4 to hit to a 3 to hit and makes it more accurate.
Mm. Oh, awesome. Okay, and then we get to the Lord and Master thing, which is what you were talking about. Like, this is the cult of personality.
Yeah.
And so, like, basically, whichever one you pick as your hero, that's going to alter and kind of give you the rest of your allegiance abilities here. So, Taker Tribe, get rid of them. I mean, this is the you capture more.
Yeah.
And then more stuff for me collection. It means you get 1 or 2 triumphs a game sometimes.
Yeah.
Is really
I
what
do
it.
love me some triumphs, especially when your power is concentrated this heavily. Like, what happens if I told you you got your reroll hits triumph and you, for whatever reason, had brought a gatebreaker into your Taker Tribe? Well, why not use reroll hits on his flail attack?
Mhm.
Suddenly it's a 4-up rerolling, which changes from 50% to 75% chance to hit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Devastating.
Yeah. And the way more stuff for me collection works is this doesn't look for any keywords. It's anytime a model with an artifact of power is slain on an enemy model with an artifact of power. So for your Mosh games, by the way, it doesn't say you have to kill it. So if you're playing like some three person games and somebody's enemy model dies over there, you're just like, take by triumph. Now there might be an FAQ that could come down there, but as it's written right here, I think that's really funny because one of the things I've been experimenting a little bit or had been going into lockdown was like more multiplayer games because it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So
Not playing multiplayer games like that, I would never think of that, and that's beautiful.
You're welcome.
So the next time you're playing 2v2,
Yep. Yeah, there's your army in 2v2. It's 1 Megagargant and then as many man crushes as you can get in, and you go Taker Tribe.
and you're looking at like 3 or 4 triumphs a game
Woo!
instead, because they've probably still got like 1 or 2 artifacts each on the opposite side.
Right. Yeah, fantastic. And then command traits. So you're gonna pick one of these for your Kraken Eater. Every one of them has the monstrously tough. It's 5 wounds. Don't underestimate that. That's pushing you up.
It adds up.
It's like with a 4-up save against no rend. It's like you have 80 wounds now.
Yeah. I believe that pushes you even like you're already on par toughness wise for effective HP with like a Stone Norn. That just pushes you essentially into a different tier.
Mm-hmm. And it should be noted that you still chart the same because charting looks at the damage you've taken. So it does nothing for your chart. But
you spend longer at your worst chart, which I would like to note for Megagargants, your worst chart isn't actually that bad.
Oh, there you go. Old and gnarly, most of them have you can reroll save rolls of 1. Like they have some stuff like that. Louder than words, add 1 to attack of your special weapon. So because each one's relevant to their weapon usually. Strong right foot. This one's hilarious. You kick objectives 3d6 instead of 2d6.
Well, this one's going to be a big thing because we're waiting on the FAQ.
Right.
But in my first game, I believe it was, I wrote up an article for Pete Atkinson over Plastic Crack about my game I played.
Great article, by the way. Go. Also, Atkinson is Mr. Atkinson down there. The Plastic Crack blog is a fantastic blog, often featuring community, like sort of its own little like community articles where he has guests on to write stuff. Your article is pretty great. His write up of Orcs a little bit ago, this might have been like 6 months ago, was fantastic. It's a really great site. I highly recommend folks check it out.
But let's say it doesn't get FAQ'd, and let's say the TOs don't step in themselves. Then when we come to certain battle plans like Battle for the Pass, if you take this 3d6 to kick, you are essentially telling the other player on Battle for the Past that if you cannot kill my Megagargant quick enough, this objective is never going to be worth 4 points to you. because I am going to like field goal it into your side of the table. And when I do this, I now have 2 objectives worth 4 points to me.
Yeah.
Which changes the maths phenomenally.
Yeah.
And actually, it makes Scorched Earth more playable. Because one of the things that I mentioned Scorched Earth before that we would struggle, but like if this doesn't get FAQ'd, then Scorched Earth, as long as you've got a Kraken Eater on hand, then I feel like you've got a good chance because you kick it over and then you burn it. You reduce the number of objectives. Once you reduce the number of objectives, your concentrated small places of power matter more.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And your opponent's sort of ability to score the extra points, like now their opportunities to roll. So you roll that like hot 3, right? Like their opportunities to catch you just decreases.
I also want to see somebody at a tournament playing like the match of the day theme tune for those who've been exposed to football in the UK and stuff like that. To play that theme tune every time they roll the dice to kick the ball, because it truly is like playing soccer or football with the objective and just kicking it around like a lunatic. It's hilarious.
That's fantastic. So the next one is very inquisitive now, or acquisitive. Sorry, not inquisitive. Acquisitive. Fantastic play on words here. This is one of the only ways to get 2 artifacts in the whole book because you don't have battalions.
I think it is the only way to.
I think it is. Yeah. Yeah.
It's interesting because you do have some interesting choices of artifacts for sure. So this one's definitely another big contender because it doesn't specify it has to be on the general, and also another unique rule to Sons of Behemat is this does say it can go on the same general, which is huge. You suddenly have a general with 2 artifacts on.
Well, I want to see them kind of clarify this a little bit because it says you can take 1 extra trophies taken by force, and that is your specific artifact list, and it specifies that then you can take taken by force artifact. In addition, this general can have up to 2. So either you have like 2 Kraken Eaters so that you can spread the love, or the one has both, and so you kind of concentrate your power a little bit more.
I believe it also says that it has to be the trophies taken by force.
So specifically, it's the Kraken
Eater. It is
Eater.
specifically Kraken Eater.
Yes.
You can't take this command trait and then bring a War Stomper and then put the Stomper artifact on it.
Right.
That would be huge if you could, but maybe a bit too much.
Right. And then extremely intimidating penalties to get hit.
Which again is some extra wounds, right? Because we think about taking essentially 16% chance to hit away from somebody, and those 35 wounds go even further.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to kind of meander through artifacts of power here while I go top off my beverage.
Sure. So
and feel free to jump ahead to the next. Feel free to jump ahead to the next tribe if it takes me a bit. So
I'm gonna hopefully keep my my smartphone off screen because I use the app for artifact and just run through them. Jaws the Megalodon. This one's really interesting. So it lets you reroll 1 hit, wound, or save roll once per phase. So depending on how much your opponent attacks you in various phases, this can be huge. Generally, it's not as good for melee, though, I would say, because often you'd like to reroll more than 1 thing for a melee save. Or maybe it's the thing that gets you that extra damage in with your death grip or something, so maybe it saves you even having to take those saves in the first place. So that's, for me, is a definite second artifact if you take Very Acquisitive. Then if we look at the Walloping Tentacle, I'm going to be honest, guys, with me having a bit more of a competitive lean, the moment you say to me that I'm taking an artifact, it's got a short range, and then it only activates on a 4-up, I'm sort of switching off at this point. In theory, it's got a nice effect. It's okay, but as I said, the fact that it's random to activate makes me switch off personally. Jar of Bernie Grog. This one for me is a definite competitor. So it is still random, which I know I just said against, but that was a 4+, that was 50%. This is a 2+, so it's like 83% chance. So you're gonna inflict D3 mortal wounds, but that's not the showstopper here. The showstopper here is that Gargants will be able to reroll their wound rolls against that unit. And if you're hitting someone with, say, 3 man crushers, these are also Gargants, that could suddenly change all their wound rolls that are usually freeze to freeze rerolling, which is, nigh on guaranteed for the majority of them to be wound. So a nice big reliability spike in damage. The next I would move on to the, although I will note you can only use it once, so maybe. Then the next artifact will be the Net of the Beast Reaver. People haven't noticed the names of these artifacts are beautiful, by the way. And this one is, again, incredibly specific. We're hoping the enemy player has a monster in their list, and then we're, again, only a 50% chance to go off. But the effect is pretty good. You're taking away from their to hit roll whilst adding to your hit roll. So, if you were list tailoring and thinking monsters are a big threat, then I could see an argument for it, but I'd personally shy away. Then an interesting one, and I know AOS Coach asked in the chat about my opinion on endless spells, and this would tie into an FAQ answer. So Glowy Lantern is going to make us a 1-cast, 1-unbind wizard, or rather in the same manner as a wizard, but not actually a wizard. So can we unbind endless spells? I would have to double check. I think it might be an FAQ question. In a world of magic DOMs, though, it varies in its usefulness. If people are adapting to fight Sons of Behemat by bringing shackles all the time, then it's a pretty easy unbind, so I'd probably take it. But if it was people dropping warp lightning vortexes on your head, then you're taking it one chance. I think it's a 10 to unbind. Like, I just wouldn't even bother. I'd just probably cry in my cups about being warp lightning vortexed, and then I believe warp lightning vortex is 7 inches apart from each base, and you've only got a 130 mil base, so you can walk out of it. It'll really hurt, but you can walk out of it. And then the final one, which is the one a lot of people want to take when they're doing Take a Tribe. I believe I heard, I can't remember which podcast or stream. I'm sorry, guys. I believe I heard that the Kraken skin sandals increases the attacks to 3, increases the rend to 3, increases the damage to 3 from D3.
I
And
love
that
these.
statistically works out as something like a 30% damage increase. Which, when we say that the Kraken Eater is the least damaging of all the Megagargants, increasing its damage by 30% really brings it back into contention.
Right, right. And you can start to see a thing where you have like double artifacts. You take this, and then you take like one of the cheekier things.
Yeah. If I was taking 2 artifacts out of there, I don't know. I'd probably take Kraken Skin Sandals.
Uh-huh.
And I believe I would probably take Bernie Grog. I want to say that I'd take the Jaws, but I want to smash things.
Yeah.
And the Bernie Grog is that casino roll, admittedly in my favor, like an actual casino.
Yeah. Well, it's only on a
Casino
one that.
reroll wounds, and that's huge.
Yeah. 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 So just heard that on Richie's
Interesting.
podcast. Yeah. Just playing.
Yeah, I do listen to those guys.
Yeah. Ian and Richie. I love those
Yeah,
guys.
people might be able to hear it in my accent just this tiny bit. I am from fairly near where they are. I'm not quite in that region, but 30 or 40 minutes away by car when I was back in the UK. So yeah, definitely know those guys.
Right.
Um,
Jaws better than Grog, but I get the casino thing. Yeah.
see, for me, the argument for Grog would be that I could throw it on a unit that I intend to attack with my Man Crushers. So rather than buffing my Megagargant, I will be focusing on massively increasing the damage of my Man Crushers because the wound roll will become so much more reliable.
All right. And so that brings us to, I think, if I term the Kraken Eaters as kind of like the cagiest one, and I think that I think they're good in that respect, and I really like them in that space. I think you've got tricks in an army that's pretty straightforward, and I rate tricks. I don't know that a lot of people do, but I do.
Yeah.
Stomper Tribe, I think, is the sort of the obvious one. This feels th- this feels like the obvious one to me.
I,
Go ahead.
I want to dislike Stompers because they're so obvious. And, kind of like the half god berserkers, it makes me immediately switch off a little bit, going, that's lame. But playing Stompers is so satisfying,
Mm-hmm.
you are stomping through the enemy lines, like just waving your club side to side, smashing the hordes
Yeah.
apart. And your Mega Gargant is commanding these little weenies who follow him around, do the job for him. You know,
Yeah.
it, they're very satisfying. Um, yeah, I would argue that they're probably the easiest to play.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll definitely see them all over mid tables, I think.
I don't think there's anything wrong with anything that you've just said. It's fine to be the obvious one. It's fine to be the straightforward one. There's a joy in simplicity.
Yeah.
And this is where I think we get Megagargants as advertised a little bit more than at the face value of the rest of the book. This is where
Yeah.
this is where we get hammers. Like,
Oh yeah.
so
As per Vince's diagram on his coverage of it, the moment we add +2 damage to the attacks of the Man Crushers, which we've got 3 of them in a squad, for example, they're getting I think it's 12 attacks each, so that's 36 attacks with +2 damage each. It's madness. Assuming you're targeting a horde, and that's the big thing. If you're targeting a horde, it's +1 damage if you're targeting 10 models or more. So it still works against like reasonable sized units, and it helps. It lets you. We talk about spells being horde breakers. This is your allegiance ability that is a horde breaker in itself.
right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, and the getting stuck in, as we kind of pointed out, or as you pointed out, it says the damage inflicted by each successful attack made by a friendly Man Crusher Gargant unit that targets a unit with 10 or more models adds 2.
Yeah.
That would be for the rocks, as written.
Yes. As I mentioned it before. Suddenly your rocks, you're going, oh, do I really want a hero snipe when I'm going to be -1 to hit? No, I'll just toss it at those skinks. Those
Yep.
guys can die.
Yeah.
Like, enjoy the battle shock, lads. Bye.
Right. Right. So.
The only thing that makes me sad here is that I'm just gonna double check it whilst I'm speaking, which is terrible of me.
No.
Yeah.
You double check it, and I'll pad for time. Is chucking rocks actually an allegiance ability? Because I don't see where it says that. I think it's just a once per turn. If you're in your shooting phase, you can pick one friendly Man Crusher Gargant unit wholly within 18 of your general. It doesn't say that this is. It says it's just a battle trait. I don't see it listed as a command ability. It doesn't say use this command ability in the shooting phase.
Oh yeah. Oh well, I was doing that wrong, lads.
So you were burning through
I was burning command points for no reason.
Yeah.
Oh well, damn. That's even better than I thought it would.
Yeah. It doesn't cost you anything to attempt a hero snipe.
Yeah,
And then G-Dad spent
that's awesome.
2,000 RDP to remind you that Chat Gang ain't nothing to fuck with. So I actually dropped the expletive there because it was 2,000 RDP.
Yeah. My confusion for that actually lies within Stomper Tribe, because there is one of the Stomper Tribe shouts, they grab the rocks and chuck him. That is a command ability, so it will cost you a command point. But instead of one unit, you
The
get to choose
whole...
everybody.
Yes.
And also note, your other one, so your main allegiance one says wholly within 18.
Mm-hmm.
This says within 18, which is a very large difference in how much space that covers on the table.
Right, and when you have a larger base size, it essentially means the circumference of your reach on that is pretty great. So yeah,
Yeah,
this is
that's suddenly bigger than a pizza, you know.
yeah. So the battle traits here, they get the getting stuck in, which is like like dust your hands, you're a horde breaking army now, and then you get a plethora of great command abilities. This is, you say it's like the straightforward army, and I do agree with you there, but I think it also gives you decisions to make. I like
Yeah,
making decisions on where to spend my command point because, with an exception we'll mention here shortly, one of the command or one of the traits you can get, you don't really have extra command points. You get your one. You don't have a battalion. That's it. You get one a turn. So
yeah, which is why I'm happy that you've corrected me on thinking I had to spend it to throw a rock.
yeah, but these are
So, I have command points again.
these are good. I mean, they're good abilities. You can auto.
Oh yeah, these are fantastic. So the thing I was just double checking was, so getting stuck in, it does apply only to your man crushers. So your war stomper is there, and he's making the little guys the star of the show. He himself is not included in that, which is a bit sad. But wow, what a star he is making those man crushers. And then we look at the big shouts. They all apply to the man crushers again specifically,
Mhm.
and they're everything you could ask for to support those man crushers. Like get a move on, you slackers. All your run rolls are treated as a 6. And for those who haven't read the War Scroll of the Man Crusher, as long as you're within range, you can run and charge. You won't be able to shoot and charge, but you can run and charge with your Man Crushers as long as they're near your Megagargant. So that massively increases the threat range when I tell you that you have a guaranteed 6-inch run.
Yeah, good threat there. I also want to say, since we were talking about football earlier, touchdown Packers again. Thursday night football on Twitch. um, uh, Go ahead.
And then we go through basically the command abilities tend to cover the things that we say that you can usually cover with a command ability. So then after that we've got the chuck rocks in AoE, as I mentioned already. Then we've got the reroll charges in AoE, which I'll mention again later. We've got reroll hit rolls of 1 in AoE, which could again be huge, depending on how many attacks you're going to be making that turn.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got reroll save rolls of 1. I think this is the weakest, and it's just because you're giving reroll save rolls of 1 to people who are on a 5-up save. And if we consider the amount of Rend 1 walking around at the moment, then that's probably a 6-up save. So you're not really adding a huge amount.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then we've got Battle Shock Immunity in AoE, which if you're running 9 Man Crushers and you're running them all as big units, you probably want to look at this. Or again, we're going to bring it up again later.
Yeah.
Which, if you're happy to move on, I will skip a little ahead and just pick that up whilst it's still relevant.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just going to skip quickly to the artifacts for the War Stomper, in particular the third one, the Mantle of the Destroyer. So if we are truly focusing on making our Man Crushers the best they can be, This is going to change their bravery to 10, which in most cases means you can lose a Man Crusher and not worry about Battle Shock, so suddenly that Battle Shock command ability isn't really as good. And if they're within 12 inches of the bearer, you can also re-roll charges
So
just
it's
automatically as
double
part of it.
dipping. Yeah.
So you are focusing everything on buffing the Man Crushers, but maybe that's the way you want to go. That would also save you those precious command points because, as we mentioned, you don't get many of them. You want to spend them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. So I mean, this is a good artifact because it's essentially saying like it's saving you effectively 2 command points a turn.
Yeah.
Potentially multiple if you have multiple Gargants making charges. So that's saving you 2 CPs. The trait that leaps off the page to me is actually getting a D3 extra command points.
Yeah.
Very, very shouty. I can't see me not taking that. I mean, the other stuff we've talked about, like the monstrously tough. Every one of them has this one where you 5 wounds, you go up to 40 now. Like that is, I mean, that's a huge impact. Like that's sort of like that. There's sort of a exponential gain there. But the very shouty for me is just what does it. And then you have your reroll your saves, your attack gets better, and so on and so forth.
I would normally agree with you for very shouty, and
Okay.
I do for the most part. However, I would like to note if we look at monstrously tough again, so that's going to increase your wounds characteristic to 40. And then if we look quickly at the artifacts and look at Iron Weld Cestus, which is the first artifact, that's going to give your Megagargant reroll saves. It's the other one, I believe. No, it's that one. Reroll saves for the Iron Weld Cestus. So if I first increased my number of wounds up to 40, and then I'm telling you that in when I get attacked, I'm going to reroll my saves. I've not just doubled down on the toughness of my Mega Gargant. I've tripled down on it.
Plus, you bounce mortals on the 6s to save, so you have the ogre rule.
Yeah, which is going to be a lot of saves you're going to roll. I haven't calculated the toughness of that guy, the effective HP, but at a guess I'm going to say it's like 160 damage effective HP if somebody has no rend and they're only doing 1 damage, which is madness.
I like.
So that's my little shout out to that. It's a default command trait that everybody gets, but suddenly it could be the star of the show.
Right. I mean, you're making a mega anvil effectively.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
You could start using this poor guy to protect your Man Crushers if you were feeling up to it, which is completely the wrong way to play the army narratively, but you know.
he's chaffing for your Man Crushes. And it's
using a 500-point chaff wall here.
Yeah. And just real quick, the Club of the First Oak I think this is actually pretty cool. So in your hero phase, you can heal 1 wound allocated to the bearer. In addition, if it is slain, roll a die before the bearer's model is removed from play. On a 4-up, the wound or mortal wound is negated and the bearer is not slain, and any spillover is negated as well.
I think I created one of the memes that was going around on this, using the distracted boyfriend meme. Where you had like Iron Weld Cestus, which you're holding hands with because it's really good,
right?
And then like the invincible slot machine that you're looking back at,
yeah.
Because if you keep rolling that 4+, then you can't die. And if there's one thing we learned from Sex Panther, it was that. What is it? 50% of the time it works every time.
Yeah, Sex Panther the Cologne from one of the greatest comedies ever made. Anchorman. Yeah. 50% of the time it works every time. Brilliant. And then Elf.
I'd love to hear people's stories if they do take it and they frustrate their opponent by being invulnerable. By the way,
it's a Timmy. It's like this is a Timmy choice, and I like that they. I mean, I like that they've got some Timmy in this army because, listening to like Vince, he was, one of his great frustrations is the Army didn't feel Timmy enough. And I actually kind of agree with him. I think it's a little bit more of a thinking, like a little bit more of a Johnny Army than.
You've accidentally put tactics in my slot
Yeah,
machine.
yeah, exactly. Like you accidentally put tactics in my. I just want to make monster truck noises and like push them in the, like, and make the smashing noises and stuff. But you've put that in here, so I like that. I enjoy that. There's a couple of Timmy choices. So
Just going to quickly circle back to the command traits we
go
missed,
ahead.
other
Yeah.
than the three default ones. We've got one which is when your general uses hurled body, which is like his version of stuff from in my bag. He gets to grab someone in combat.
Oh yeah, he throws
Um,
them and like
yeah, you can.
like
So it lets you re-roll the dice that determine if he's slain and thrown. So it gives you a higher chance of grabbing the guys who are bigger, but again, you've got the problem of you rolling double the wounds characteristic. So if you were fighting ogres, you would get 2 chances at rolling a 6 to pick up a
right.
ogre.
But my Mortek Hekatos. But my Hekatos is totally getting picked up and hurled at like at my bone shaper. Like
I would have to roll -2 if I'm at my top profile to not pick that guy up.
Yeah.
I think it is, or a -1, one of the two. But then it lets you re-roll the throw roll as well, so that would become like a 75% chance to throw it. It lets you choose a target within 12 inches. This is an ability, not an attack. So because it's an ability, we're not restricted to being 3 inches because we're stuck in combat. So in some cheeky cases, that I don't know, the battlesmith of the Fire Slayers might have survived you throwing rocks on like 1 health, and you pick up a half-guard berserker before you pile in an attack. You just toss him at the toss the half-guard berserker at the battlesmith. You kill the battlesmith. So not only have you picked out one of the half guards and not had to roll against the 4-ups after save thing, you've then decreased their overall save roll by 1, and those guys start to look a bit more mortal.
Yeah.
A bit less of an anvil.
Yeah. It's a Johnny Timmy play is what's great about it, because you're just picking up a dude and just throwing it. It's great.
You know what? Because this is so Timmy. This is probably the perfect pair with the Club of the First Oak. You're just going full slot machine here. And then the other command trait we didn't mention was eager for the fight, which gives you that sort of classic. A lot of the time when you're thinking of destruction, you're thinking of like huge charges. It gives you an extra d6 to charge with your general, and lets him charge from 18, so you can make the 3d6 charge roll, which unfortunately, because the wording of Longshanks doesn't work with Longshanks, so you can't suddenly use it to jump a unit because that's tied to normal movement.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it does let you get that long bomb charge. And as we looked at the allegiance ability before, objectives are points make prizes, to quote Bruce Forsyth, I think it is. And we get the long bomb charge, we get our toe in on the objective, and they're like, oh, well, this is awkward. I just stole the objective from your support hero for absolutely no reasonable reason whatsoever. It doesn't matter if I don't kill him because I'm 20 models.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fantastic. And that brings us to the Breaker. And the Breaker is, I just have like a big question mark on this army. I kind of don't like it. It does one of the things I dislike with Fierce Loathing, which is like kind of like old KO, where they had a bunch of like granular. You pick one and you get like some random bonus, like rerolling ones to hit monsters or yada yada yada. So this is the one like I don't have a read on because it feels like at a surface read. Fierce Loathing feels a little like granular, but what you do get is breaking down houses, which is so the breaker. The gate breaker is the one that gets to smash the terrain, which is going to be tons of fun for everybody. breaking down
I believe
houses.
that was the thing Vince mentioned, by the way, as one of the things he enjoyed. Like when in the WhatsApp chats, I believe it was, he mentioned that one of the first things he did was just walked forward and smashed a piece of terrain. He's like, yeah, screw your terrain. Yeah, finally, I can get revenge against the OBR player by smashing his damn Nexus.
I want them to start selling broken versions of all of terrain, or I want to see the hobbyist who has a broken version of all of, like, a rubbled version of every faction terrain in the whole game. And because, like, the army travels really well, it's low model count, big stuff. So this army travels really well. So you have like a tote with your giants in it, and then you have a tote with all the terrain that you could possibly encounter. That would be the dopest shit ever. Like,
I know you put it in a bubble that we shouldn't criticize, but I'm just gonna pierce it slightly and say, if your army didn't cost enough for you, then by all means, buy everybody else's faction terrain and make it look smashed, so that you can go for that like big dick energy.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
And just get on the table where they were before.
Oh, you might as well be putting out stacks of Hondo dollar bills on the table just in front of people and just really styling on people your disposable income. I think it would be I just think that's the most swag thing you could possibly do. You're already in for a penny, in for a pound. You've already bought in at like 2 Megagargants at $400 plus whatever the tax and shipping is. You might as well just go all the way. And you're not just buying other people's faction terrain. You're breaking it. Like, you're going to, like, shave stuff down and chop bits off and stuff and make it look ruined. So you're ruining the terrain. You're, like, burning money in front of somebody's face. And I think that is the that is the swaggest you can be.
That's how you win capitalism within Age of Sigmar.
Right, no, you walk up to the table and you smash my bone tithe Nexus, and then you reach into a backpack and pull out a smashed bone tithe Nexus and just be like, "Oh, could I swap this out?"
You bring your breaker tribe to the table whilst the person's setting up. You go, "Oh, you're playing that army, are you?" And then you just reach down, you pick up, like if it's Seraphon, you pick up a broken version of their temple, and you go, "I'll just put this here for later."
Like, that would I 5 sports vote, like 5 out of 5 immediately for me if I'm playing you, because it's just that's that gamesmanship. Mwah, beautiful, I love it. So breaking down.
I wish I had the money to do that. I really do.
I hope Coach is like, splash that cash. I'm actually half tempted to do it. I want to. Oh man, the first person who does it, at me on Twitter, please. That'd be fantastic.
I'm just gonna go out and sell a kidney.
It's okay. Most of the terrain. Oh no, the terrain's not the China plastic. Only our endless spells are.
And it's all uniquely shaped as well, so you're not gonna easily just make rubble on a certain base size, like, because we look at the maw pot and it's got like this
weird like, the footprint
with like a bit attached to it, you know.
Yeah.
We look at the Nexus, and that's like a square with like squares.
Well, the little yeah. I see. I the maw pot would be the funniest one, because I just imagine the Gargant like slugging
upside down.
Like, he slugs the maw pot and like throws it, chucks it into the woods nearby, and so like you have it, like, you've built your maw pot ruined thing to have all the like stuff broken and like little bits rolling off it, and then the maw pot itself has been like you'd never attach it to the base, and so you just have like this crumpled up maw pot that looks like it's been crushed like a Pepsi can, and then you just like place it in whatever nearby terrain and just be like, that's fucking there now.
If you want to add a bit of extra insult to injury, we could have the maw pot like tipped on its side as if he didn't even drink it, and then like do like a kind of like a puddle next
like
to the
get some cellophane.
Over.
Yeah, some cellophane. He just kicked over your maw pot. He wasted it.
Maybe make the tarp that goes over the top, create like that as a flag, and then have a little flag you can put on the Megagargant. He walks around with the rest of the game.
Yeah, like he's got the flag. Oh, bad. I want this so bad. So
I'm not gonna lie, I'm tempted to take my maw pot apart. It might screw my ogres over a bit, but
no,
good idea.
No, and so breaking down the houses gives your man crusher gargants the ability to smash terrain too, essentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah. We also get to add one to the damage inflicted against people that are within a garrison
Ooh,
or terrain. And you did mention KO before. Why, hello there, hero sat inside an ironclad or something like that.
yeah, it's true.
Or the Thunderers sat inside that frigate. Suddenly, that +1 to save isn't looking as good when my damage is just spiked.
Yeah, I like what Hotspur and Coach are saying here. Have the Maw Pot as a helmet, so like your Gatebreaker's just like this is mine now, and like where's the helmet? Like the Michael Che joke.
Ah, this fulfills my D&D love of putting buckets on my head.
Or yeah, it's so yeah, and then you get Fierce Loathings, which is essentially when you pick the Breaker Tribe army, you can choose or roll for one ability of Fierce Loathings table. The ability applies to friendly Gatebreaker Megagargants and Man Crusher Gargants, so it won't apply to your your Kraken Eater or whatever.
So I'm a bit torn on this ability. I get what you were saying about the KO, like it seems ultra specific.
Granular and a little too specific, yeah.
Um, and
Correct me. Tell me
I,
why I'm
I
wrong.
did, I did like kind of like most people. I immediately looked to idiots with flags, which gets us a bonus against totem units and units with command
One
models.
of the best named abilities in the game. I want to say that right now because I already I regen, right? I play a lot of death, so like I've always called the standard bearer in all my armies the idiot with the flag. I literally and I'll regen the idiot with the flag. Like I literally I do call my musicians doot men, or like the doot horner or whatever because like they doot, but the idiots with flags is fantastic. What a great name. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
However, I did raise the alarm in the WhatsApp and that about this. Because I was sat about to play my game with my friend, and I was discussing it with him, and I immediately said to him, "Well, I do charge damage, so either I choose not to do the charge damage, which often I want to do it because it's like D6 mortal wounds most of the time, um, or if I do that charge damage, you probably just remove your command model depending on what the squad is, you know."
A lot of the
Um,
a lot of the
so
commands.
if it
Yeah, go ahead.
skinks, you lose your, I think it's +1 to your number of attacks, but in exchange, I lose 16% chance to hit, which in some units that could be, for example, if you're attacking it with your man crushers, you could be converting 50% of your misses into hits by having that +1. So it for me it's that rule that jumps out. You really want to take it, and it's great in theory, but I question its viability in practice.
Mm-hmm. I think it's. I mean, you're relying on the cleverness of your opponent and getting the random, mortals off the charge, which are pretty
Yeah.
easily generated. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's got counterplay, and good opponents will play around it, and that's these granular things. I just kind of like I think Shiny-uns is probably overall the one I favor out of the whole list, which is add 1 to hit rolls for attacks made by units with this ability that target a unit with a save characteristic of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus or 4 plus.
Yeah.
Like I
So that's a lot of things in the game that you're going to have trouble with. Whilst it is, you go, oh, it's pity it's not the 5-ups and 6-ups. When you're hitting things that have a 5-up and a 6-up, you're probably not really struggling with them that much anyway. Whilst we did have a comment about the damage of the army based on the clubs, they can still kill 5-ups and 6-ups. So this is a nice little boost that helps you gain the damage against those units.
Yeah, and then bossy pants. And the important thing to note is this is going to basically be army wide minus like maybe 1 gargant unless you do double up on
Yeah.
gatebreakers. So bossy pants and clever clogs, like 1 to hit against heroes and wizards. Some of this stuff, it's like okay. if you're hero hunting, you're probably already doing other stuff to them, you know. So
Yeah. Also, a special shout out once again, similar to the damage thing. This is attacks, not melee attacks. So that Gatebreaker, if we just quickly look over it as Hurl Boulder, and this one attack hits on a 3, wounds on a 2, rend 3, damage 4. What if I told you that was hits on a 2
mm-hmm.
against certain targets? So one thing that I've been toying with is taking the Bossy Pants and Clever Clogs to be able to hit heroes and wizards more consistently.
Mm-hmm.
And that essentially negates Lookout Sir.
Okay, I see
Or if
you.
they're a monster hero or wizard, they weren't getting Lookout Sir anyway, so it makes you more accurate against them. It makes that sniping a lot easier to do if that's what you were trying to do with it.
Right, right. And then crowds, you're trying to.
Crowds again is questionable.
This is against
For
20
me,
or more models. Like
for me, if that was 10 models, it would probably be auto take. If it was 15 models, I would like it, but maybe not auto take. There's so many units that sit at 20 models, and again, if I'm going to use some charge damage, then I might pick off a model, and suddenly I drop you below that 20 threshold, and I lose it immediately. So
hmm.
I want to like it, but I don't.
You'll get stuck in if I'm at 19 models suddenly, and it's just like you just start to get pillow fisted or feel
Yeah,
pillow fisted. Yeah, yeah. I like Bossy Pants over that because at least it feels like if I'm charging your hero, I feel like I'm guaranteed to wipe it out. If I'm charging that 20 block and I don't,
yeah.
so
Piggybackers, I no, just no. Uh, it's +1 to hit against units that are mounted but not on monsters, which is awfully specific. Like that's you're hitting cavalry.
this is getting
I
this.
mean,
We're approaching old KO territory with this one now.
this is. Are you playing against a Gorefist? Well, who cares? You died anyway on the charge. Um, and the other one will be Wannabes, which is +1 to hit war machines or monsters.
You
So initially, I would go no. However, if we look at just ahead again to command traits of extremely bitter, I'm going to shout this one out. You get to choose 2 of the loathings instead of 1. The second one only applies to the general. But when I think about what's actually going to kill my Megagargants, I've already said I favour Bossy Pants and Clever Clogs because I like to snipe things.
mm-hmm.
What happens if I told you that most of the time, if you're going to get killed by something big, it's probably something really big, like another monster. Let's say Maw Crusher.
Maw
Or
crushers
something like that.
are nasty. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I already had Bossy Pants and Clever Clogs, and then I took my extremely bitter and added on Wannabes, that flail is now +2 to hit. That's hitting on 2s. That's if I fight first, your Maw Crusher's going down.
Hmm.
So that for me is probably not my first pick ever, but for me it's a very strong contender of second pick.
Well, and look at your meta. You know what's going on in your meta too. Like
Yeah.
if you're getting wrecked by Maw crushes, I mean now I'm going to start to or conversely something I talked about when I talked about Null Myriad last week in OBR. If you're like I'm actually okay, like I've played the matchups against like the things that I should beat anyway, and I don't need extra help beating them. I just want to shore myself up against the things that beat me. Like boom. Yeah,
Yeah.
good pick.
Yeah. This one, Fierce Loathings are very much tailoring yourself. And here's where people need to make sure they're paying attention to not your global meta, but you need to tailor it to your local meta. It does not matter what is going on, for example, for me over in the UK with their local scene. What matters is what's going on in my scene. If everybody in my scene is running things with a 4+ save, then of course Shiny Uns is the best.
Mm-hmm.
But if people are running like heavy monster mash or something like that, then we start to look at heroes or we start to look at monsters as the
Well,
plus one.
I mean, this army, and we were just kind of talking about today in some one of the chats I'm in. We were talking about like Beast Claw Raiders might actually be a hard time for this army.
Oh yeah. I don't want to fight 6 Stonehorns or I mean the normal build probably of like was it 3 or 4 Stonehorns and like a Yolbad or a Yarlbad.
Yeah, Ebad, whichever one does the mortal wounds, the extra mortal wounds on the charge, right? I think it's Ebad. It might be J-Bad. I forget. Because there's Jarlbad and Uralbad, right? Like, it's...
No idea. One moves faster, the other hits harder.
Right, and the hit harder one that does extra mortals on the charge, so now they essentially have double mortals on the charge, and then
I'm gonna guess and say Ebad is the move one.
Ebad?
Just because
Okay.
I feel like it is.
Mm.
But yeah, if they're running the Jarlbad instead of the Yulbad, then yeah, you're probably gonna have a bad time.
And this is where maybe Extremely Bitter and being able to kill monsters starts to look a little bit tastier now, right? Like,
yeah, especially if you've taken, I don't know, fierce loathing, bossy pants, and then you take the extremely bitter and put it as the wannabes to kill the monsters, then suddenly you have a way to kill the Stonehorns.
mm-hmm,
Again, assuming you fight first.
mm-hmm.
This against competitive melee hammer, this army does have the thing where you need to make sure you have
Well,
priority.
you got to get the charge. You got to get the charge. Like that's, I mean, and that's a fundamental of play is just get the charge, bro. Like is learning how to get the charge.
Just roll 6s.
Yeah, just roll 6s. Yeah, just get the charge. So then the rest of command traits again, we're gonna see our monstrously tough, our old and gnarly, both of these, louder than words, adds 2 to the attacks characteristic of your flail. Actually, so instead of just we see some.
So I like this one, but it also saddens me.
Why is that?
I like it because it adds to your casino damage spell. It saddens me that it's completely not this model's fault, but it saddens me that the flail is now going to get more attacks than the war stomper, who is supposedly our horde clear giant. You know, it's like come on. The other giant is like limited to 10 attacks always, and that would push the gatebreaker to 12 attacks. So it feels a bit sad.
I mean those attacks chart though, huh? Your 10
nice
attack.
Try,
okay.
Evil pixie. I do not accept your argument. It is definitely one to look at though if you tempt. You know, if you're gonna use your gatebreaker as a hammer, maybe consider that.
Mm-hmm. And then you got Smasher. I actually don't like Smasher. I think that smashing terrain is a bonus. Like I think it's a bonus. It doesn't do enough. Like some of these other ones that do something super niche like this that we've actually seen within this Battletome, will say, okay, have the fun thing and then have the necessary thing, right? Reroll charges or something like that. So I don't like this one. And then go ahead.
Yeah, Smasher is we're taking our fun thing that we had a laugh about smashing the Morpot or something and making it more consistent, I guess. And we don't need that.
No, you're doing it as a bonus. It's just an extra thing you're doing because it's hilarious.
Yeah.
You know? And then C's red. Oof.
Let's say that suddenly Age of Sigmar changes to Garrison Wars. Then this is good. But otherwise, do you really hate that KO player in your meta?
That right.
Like, how much do you hate him?
So
because if you really hate him, then by all means take that.
Right. So so the command traits that kind of finishes off. Talk about artifacts of power, and then I want to know what your kind of like your combinations you like to run in these two, because I feel like this one's a little less point and click compared to like Stompas. Stompas feels like I want my mega anvil to just keep facilitating it, or I want to go with like one cheeky build. But like with this, I feel like this one's a little less obvious. So So artifacts, you got the Enchanted Portcullis, which is hilarious.
Sorry, just to quickly
Yeah.
shout out the chat. Professor Xavier has provided the one valid reason to take the Smasher. It's if your local meta has too many IDK players and you want to smash those damn Gloomtide shipwrecks because for whatever reason they're bringing two to every game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry.
No. No.
Yeah.
And if you do this, if you take that, if you take Smasher, you have to be the person who brings a bucket of everyone's terrain.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, like
That's how you qualify for it.
it's a prerequisite.
Yes.
So Enchanted Portcullis, I think, is hilarious because the
I
notion.
I like to call this one because if you've seen the Gatebreaker model, the portcullis is hanging in front of his crotch.
Yeah.
I like to call this one the magical codpiece.
Yeah.
Because I'm immediately thinking of those Empire greatswords and that with the where apparently your rank is determined by the size of your codpiece.
Yeah. I mean that's fair.
But this one is
Shrug.
kind of like just adding wounds to the top of your model. It's also nice to have something that reduces mortal wounds incoming rather than just wounds. Because you are 35 wounds, that's like you're going to make probably 6 of these, which in itself is going to allow you to make one more on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is probably adding like, I'd guess 8 wounds to the top. And if you did go the extra 5 wounds, probably adding 9 wounds to the top.
Mm-hmm.
So I like it.
I do too.
Just because it gives me a bit longer to play with my Gatebreaker. And my Gatebreaker, unlike the other two, is actually focusing on getting stuck in.
Mm-hmm.
My War Stomper stood back a bit because he's guiding his forces. My Kraken Eater is playing football whilst the army actually plays the game.
Right.
And my Gatebreaker is here to smash things.
Mm-hmm. With that Rend 3 scythe or whatever, flail, right? And then the great Rekka. If the unmodified hit roll for an attack made with the bearer's Fort Crusher flail is 6, 1 mortal wound in addition, which is nice. In addition, when you use the bearer's smash down ability, you can add 1 to the dice roll that determines if you reduce it to rubble. See, this is what we talk about. The fun thing, smash down, and then a good thing. So
yeah. It's okay. For me, it's only okay. And that's because I'm getting I believe it's 13 attacks on the Gatebreaker, so I'm adding 2 mortal wounds. You know, if I could just roll 6s, it would be fantastic.
yeah, just roll 6s, and then the final one, Kingslaughter Cowl.
This one is basically before a game, I sit there going, do I want the magical codpiece or do I want the cowl? And because it's reroll wounds, but it's not specific to melee again. And again, like, so if I've got the Fierce Loathing to kill heroes and wizards, I'm throwing my rock on a 2 probably, or maybe a 3 if you've got Lookout Sir. And then I can give myself a reroll to my wound roll against that hero. So I'm making it way more reliable to go for the hero snipe.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of swinging your flail at heroes, again, like it's a rend-free, damage-free flail. You want it to go through. So there's an argument to be had for this. It's reroll wound rolls of 1 against any hero, but it's reroll all wound rolls against the general of the enemy army, which is if they're playing with Archaon, having reroll to all your wound rolls against them would actually be quite beautiful. But in some armies, your general is this piddly little guy. I throw my first rock and I cheer that I killed him with this flying boulder, and then I go, oh well, that's the artifact a bit dead now, but oh well.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I get it. If you got a focused strategy and you know what you're doing
Yeah.
with it, there's always a decent. I mean, that's the Johnny way, right?
But fun me takes the cowl. More reasonable me takes the magical codpiece.
Right. Right. And now we got to the section of the book that I'll talk about mercenaries finally. So we had the question going on. First, it was like, is there, one you'd take, would you take the mercenary for Flesh Eater Courts? Would you take the mercenary? How do you rate the mercenaries? Do you think there's an army that really utilizes them well? That, just what's your read on mercenaries? So of course, the mercenaries rule, if you don't know, is like you can essentially mercenary in any army for the most part, and like they've got their merc, but I'll let you extrapolate.
Yeah, so one of the more recent FAQs sort of destroyed the mercenary rule a bit. So if you could bring in 20 marauders, then I would probably make the argument to bring marauders in all the time as your screens, because this army wishes it had a screen.
Oh no, that's not what I'm talking about. They broke mercenaries. We don't get to do that anymore, as I recall.
Sorry, it's just because the question was about Flesh Eater Courts.
No, the Flesh Eater Courts player was asking, would you merc in your Gargant?
The other way around, merking the Gargant. I'm gonna say that the only one I would merc into somebody else's army would be the Kraken Eater. Mm-hmm. One of the biggest things value-wise for the Gargants is the mightier makes rightier, and they don't get it outside of their allegiance. So then we need the actual model itself to pull its weight. And for me, the only way you're going to be pulling your weight truly is to kick the objectives around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So, and then on the flip side, Tristan was asking because Flesh Eater Courts and Fire Slayers still get to mercenary. Yeah. Do you think bringing in Flesh Eater Courts into this army is a good way to go about it?
Competitively, I've not tried it, but I'd probably say yes. You need bodies. At the end of the day, you really need bodies. If there's a way to get the Archregent in, I believe it is, and get buy a command point, so that the top of one you can summon those 20 ghouls and get a screen up, it's quite good. But for the flavor of the army, no. I would hate it flavor-wise, so I would personally never do it. And on the Fire Slayers side, I don't know. I'd consider bringing Volkites or something in if you could. Again, just as a screen. Like the answer that they're giving you by merking them in is they're giving you a screen. Mm-hmm. And this army has a really bad problem with not having screens. It's why we talk about a melee hammer having the ability to take the army out of the game because they don't have a screen. So competitively, if you were trying to like win the most possible games, I'd probably say yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That's good news for G-Dead, who's been in and out of chat. He's doing a death-themed Megagargants army, and his primary army has been Flesh Eater Courts for a long time. So you heard it here first, Dave. Get the Feck boys can ride with your Megagargants, and you'll probably be able to use them to some effect.
I would, just as a side note, I'd probably wait till like an FAQ again, at least the Sons of Behemat FAQ. Just make sure, because I don't want people to go out and buy, like an Archregent and 20 ghouls or something like that.
Right.
Suddenly find that the FEC and the Fire Slayers mercs from Forbidden Power gets killed as well.
Yeah, that'd be unfortunate. So this brings us now then to the Megagargants themselves, the War Scrolls, which is actually I kind of want to jump ahead to the Man Crushers if you'll humor me, and then come back around to.
Well, the bread and butter of the army, so they're in every list. So.
I mean, this is your battle line, your only option. They couldn't give you a battalion option or faction or anything, so that your Megagargants themselves count as your battle line, so that you could live the dream and just run 4 of them. But here we are.
I think they really missed the ball narratively because you had a Man Crusher King Broad, which everybody who's followed Giants for a while knows of, who could have easily been like your Man Crusher leader to just
Yeah,
have an army of Man
this
Crushers.
is like the named
They
one.
dropped the ball on that. Maybe a White Dwarf article will fix that in future.
Or Broken Realms. Who knows? Maybe there'll be some cool Broken Realm stuff. Like I'm actually holding out hope. I mean, this is the I don't want to pilfer Vince's take, but I'm going to take it again. I've said it before. They're here now. I think this is a huge deal. That is the point when we can split hairs over where we think the army falls competitively. We can choose what we focus on to be optimistic about the army going forward. Like, oh, I'm not going to look at the fact that like they don't have this like this mega hammer or that I could look at I could find ways to spin this army in any direction really. I choose to look at the stuff that makes me feel happy, which is why I do these propaganda episodes, because it's really just about like choosing choosing a perception that's going to make you happy whilst playing a game designed to have fun with. Okay. And I certainly draw a great deal of enjoyment out of competition, but I've always drawn the enjoyment out of competition by playing the less obvious thing and just being better, you know? So for me, this army kind of resonates on that field, on that wavelength for me a little bit. But like, it's here now is super important, and Broken Realms is coming out. If we're getting 5 armies per Broken Realm thing, it's easily within the possibility that we get some stuff for Sons of Behemat. Like I wish that they would focus on all their new factions that were made brand new for the Mortal Realms, and not just keeping old kind of janky stuff, like giving them platitudes and stuff like that and lip service.
Yeah, I agree.
I like TK. I actually, Tristan, I love this idea. This is the first I've heard of this. But
Would that be using the old
I'm planning a TK theme with human worshippers who inhabit the necropolis, using the unmade for ghouls. I mean, this is brilliant. I love this. This is a great idea. I know you showed
the big thing that I've seen in Total War Warhammer. The big like it's like
the
a very
Necrosphinx.
Egyptian
Yeah, the
giant
Necrosphinx.
thing. You can use that as your mega. A bit of the smaller ones for like your man crushers, and then as you've said, like like Egyptian human worshippers is like your ghouls to bring in if you were allying in some flesh eater courts.
Well, he actually already has the he made one of his. He's got a bash that he did like a year or two ago. That's fantastic. Where he actually made a bipedal sort of one as a like a bone giant slash necrosphinx. It's a really great. He's got that. Like he's already got that on lockdown. But I want to see the whole army come together, my friend. And I'm actually really happy that you found ways to keep your Tomb Dad status rocking in this game.
Yeah.
And you're finding ways to spin armies like your Cities of Sigmar army. If you haven't seen Tomb King Tristan's Cities of Sigmar army, where he's got this like sort of aether punk thing going on, like Spelljammer style, where they got like hang gliders, and it's pretty great looking.
It's a great way to truly make the army your own as well. You know, nobody else at an event is going to have their giants look the same as your giants.
Well,
if you're doing a TK theme to them.
Right. I'm going to poke a hole in the bubble a little bit more again, or just revisit one thing we mentioned, which is having people look at like these other minis companies for other giants. The thing I'm the most excited for with this army is to see people's take on this army. Because quite frankly, Ale Guzzler Gargants, the Man Crushers, they don't look terribly interesting to me. Maybe other people like love them. I get that. That's we all have our own aesthetic things. But I think there's a lot of people who don't like them de facto, which means that they're going to have to modify them to their taste. They're really going to get to put their personality in this, whether it's going third party or heavy conversions or whatever. And I think that is awesome. And so the thing I'm most looking forward to with this army isn't even necessarily like playing against it. Usually I love to play against like the new armies because I'm just like, what do you do? Let's see. I like awesome. Like I love to test myself. But here I'm actually looking forward to the hobby. So I think I discuss myself right now. I'm not a hobby first kind of guy, but
I would definitely say before you stick the model together, maybe even before you buy it in the shop, It's time to have a look at the theme you want. Like Tomb King Tristan's mentioned how he wants to do Tomb King style. We've seen on Warhammer Community these awesome ones that are like based on Chaos Gods. Um, Even if you are going for like the normal whimsy style giant, if you are going to put a lot of man crushers on the table, I would challenge you to, I believe it's Vince or maybe Marco Frizzoni or someone like that, saying now's the time to be brave, and maybe change the way the legs are, with a bit of green stuff. Because even changing the stance of the man crushers, like, changes them so much on the table.
Yeah.
Because
Don't be afraid to chop up that $200 model.
yeah, build your confidence up a bit before you do that. If you can find somebody else's ideas on like the Facebook groups or something like that to see how they've done it, you could even ask them. I'm sure everyone's happy to share their ideas on what they've already done, stuff like that. Now's the time to truly try and make the army your own. This definitely fits the guise of a hobby army.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's fantastic for that. So yeah, Man Crushers, I'll have you kind of go through the scroll real quick as I have to. It's that second part of the show where I get another drink, as Tomb King Tristan pointed out earlier before. G-Dad, we actually had a shout out to you, buddy. I don't know if you caught it, but merging in your Flesh Eater Courts into your dead themed army, we think is a good move. Thanks to a Tristan question, and G-Dad drops the 1,000 RDP to remind everyone that Chat Gang ain't nothing to mess with. So I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of merking, if we're looking at it the other side, the reason I don't really like it is because you lose mightier makes rightier, which for me is huge. And you do have that. Your war scroll does get a bit better, but I would argue it doesn't get enough better, or better enough rather, if I want to use actual English. Um, However, the Kraken Eater for me always holds his value. Just for people who haven't played Giants, you want to get a Kraken Eater model, or just maybe not the model, the base. Sub it in for a game, kick objectives around, and look how much it changes how you think about the game whilst you play. It truly is a thing of beauty. It changes how your opponent has to react to you as well. So let's look at goblins. Like, if you put a Kraken Eater in goblins, if you found the space to fit it in, then I could kick that objective backwards under 60 goblins who are like -1 or -2 to hit. And that would just be the ultimate pain to deal with. Is it worth 500 points? I'm not sure. But you could certainly have a lot of fun with it. So, G-Dad, I was talking about this just before, the other way around. Bringing the Ghoul King in with the Megas, I would probably favor bringing in an Arch Regent just because he can summon ghouls, and I want the bodies to be able to say, oh, I've got a screen now, because that way we can capitalize on Mightier Makes Rightier for even longer, because it takes them that extra turn to get to the objectives when they've got to peel your Gargants off on top of that. A single Ghoul King on foot could be similar. I'm not sure about the points. Can anyone answer? Can you get the Ghoul King on foot and a command point for the price of the Man Crusher? Because that would be a pretty good selling point for me. Just because by merking in, if I recall correctly, you lose your first turn command point. So for me, suddenly I would add 50 points to whatever the cost of allying something in is. Oh yeah, that's fine then. Yeah, so that could work as well. You would, of course, be susceptible to the turn 1 Alpha Strike. For example, if KO took the first turn. But I would argue that in a lot of games, you're probably susceptible to that anyway. Yeah. So 210 with the command point. It depends. It depends with 210. The army is very much 500-point blocks. So depending on what Megagargant you're taking, or if you're taking multiple Megagargants, it depends on if you've got the space. But if you were specifically building around it, I'm sure you could fit it in somehow, especially knowing that you'd have your screen there for you as it is. So from a competitive standpoint, definitely worth considering. Again, my advice, similar to trying out a Kraken Eater in other armies, would be to proxy it in and have a few games before you actually do it, though. And then, since Meth is still AFK, I'll move on to the Man Crusher Gargants, which he was moving on to next. So these guys, to represent the fact that unfortunately they're no longer drunkards when they're part of Sons of Behemat, because the Megagargants have stolen all the ale and give barely anything to the Man Crushers, so they're actually sober now. So to reflect the fact that they're sober, they actually get a lot better. And in getting a lot better, they get the first big rule for them is keep up, which I briefly mentioned before, which lets them run and charge as long as they're within range of the Megagargant. Welcome back, Raf. We've just gone for a bit of a deeper dive into mercs on both sides. And I was just moving on to the Man Crushers now. So after keep up, I would look at stomping charge. And this is after a model makes a charge move, you get to roll a dice. So you roll a dice, and it looks like it's for each model in the unit. So if you had 3 models made it within an inch, you get to roll 3 dice. Let's say they're not injured, so you get your 2 up because this is chartable on all of them. Then that's 3d3 mortal wounds, which that's quite a nice little bit to take off the top of somebody when you're running into them. That could make you take an objective before you even swing your weapons at them. In some cases, you could chip a hero out, because there's a lot of support heroes who are 5 wounds. And if I tell you I'm going to roll 3 2-ups and do d3 mortal wounds for each one I get, you're suddenly worried when you have a 5 wound hero. Definitely. I toyed with brute fists back when they did impact wounds. The idea of 5 magma drops came around because of spending command points to do the mortal wounds.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, you're
I'm not anymore. I'm good. We're good.
Okay. So the impact mortal wounds it's a huge selling point for me. I love it. I loved ogres for the impact mortal wounds. I love my magma drops for the impact mortal wounds. And then and now I've got impact mortal wounds all over my giants. For me, this is very destruction.
Well, it makes the best phase, the charging phase, even better.
Yeah,
This is why I love my Cavalos Death Riders, because I get drive the wedge. Love impact wounds.
yeah. So in this case, as we mentioned with the breaker tribe, this is where I would be a bit off on taking the idiots with flags, because I love my impact mortal wounds so much, but if they do take it in the charge phase, then I don't get my +1 to hit. Other than that, those impact mortal wounds, it's a little, but over the course of a game, it adds up to a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I mean, it means you've got a good salt and pepper of mortal wounds across the army. I mean, we mark that down as a strength of the army. Good rend and a good sort of consistent amount of mortals throughout. I actually think OBR, where I flipped on just kind of making fun of the army, like kind of snickering behind their back, you know, when that first sort of set of rules came out, and like, you know, the people who wanted to play them got like deflated a little bit and got upset. Some of us more reasonable individuals like Coach were like, wait for the whole thing before you judge. I was just kind of like snickering and like, this army's a joke, I'm gonna crush it. As the picture came together, I'm like, ooh, like, I have to actually start thinking about beating this army now with my OBR. And that was, for me, that's when the switch flipped in my head, that this army is good and not the worst Battletome ever written. Like, that was where it flipped for me. I'm more upset. I'm more upset at the models and the price point than the actual book. I get everything Vince said is, you know, he's kind of the GOAT, 100% on point from his point of view, and like what he was getting across and the disharmony he felt, and like, I'm not denying any of that. But for me, I'm like, I look at this as like a Johnny sort of thinking man's army that wants to get the charge, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of like, I enjoy that. I think that's pretty cool. That plays objectives exceedingly well. Like, it's the most fun phase is already the charge phase, so
and then we move on to I love this rule. This rule is why Honest Wargamer are making a piece of merchandise. You know, this is stuff them in my bag. So after you make your pylon, it's pretty key there. So after you've piled it...
Oh, I have played against Nathan Prescott's Gargant, by the way. Nice. He failed to stuff any of my models in his bag, though. He won the game, but I claimed the moral victory because I killed a shit ton of gits, and he did not stuff anything in his bag.
Sounds like you need a rematch. We've been playing Gargants so that you could just
against my OBR. No, like Nathan Prescott, I know you above all other people watch this show. Rematch, buddy. Anytime, any place that we both happen to be in at the same time. Love you, buddy. Go on, man.
So this is after you pile in. You get to choose a model within 3 inches and roll a dice. If it's double the wounds characteristic, it's slain. So against a single wound model, that's a 2-up. Against a 2 wound model, that's a 4-up. Against a 3 wound model, 6-up, so not really that likely. Against anything more, just doesn't work. But the true beauty of this ability is if in the event you are able to pile in an attack second, you can pile in an attack second, maybe one of your man crushers died for this, but then you pick up models and break unit coherency. If you break unit coherency as per the rules, the other player has to pull away models until they're back into coherency. Mm-hmm. This ability by itself can do more damage than your entire attacks did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. I threw a pick in both Discord's chat hobby room of the Undead Man Crusher. Yeah, right on. No, I've seen it. It looks great. And Tomb King Tristan just shared his. I'll actually pull this over onto my other screen over here so you can see what we're talking about here. This amazing conversion. This is gonna make a sick army, and I'm actually really happy that you found a way to play death that isn't beholden to Nagash, but stay in a faction that you belong in, death or destruction. Not one of those lame-ass good guy factions. Screw order and chaos. Like, nah, get out. Except for Beast of Chaos. Everything else.
Stay with the cool kids.
Yeah, stay with the cool kids table. Like, we don't want to sit with that like weird crowd in the preps. No, man, stay with
I think
us.
we should rename Beast of Chaos to Beast of Destruction, and then we'll adopt the Beast of
Yes,
Destruction.
yes. I love it because they don't even particularly like the Chaos Gods. They're more like the Conan thing, unless you god mark them. They're like, you know, like they're just primal. Like they don't care.
As you
They're
mentioned, while we're at it,
anarchists.
we'll take the untamed beasts out of your chaos as well, and we'll take them to destruction as well because they're these cool Conan-looking models.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm for it. I'm for it.
And then we get to, so after we've done the stuff in my bag, we get to the timber roll. This one is two things for me. This one has won me games because you really need to maybe see it in play to truly appreciate falling over with every single model and inflicting D3 mortal wounds in AoE for each one.
Mm-hmm.
But part of the reason it sort of irks me a bit is because it's a straight roll off. You don't even win ties as the player. And I've had a few games already, and the amount of ties we've been rolling for it, and then we re-roll it, and suddenly I lose the timber roll.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit heartbreaking. Maybe not make me win automatically, but at least make me win ties, please.
Yeah. Tristan, good night, buddy. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I've enjoyed the conversation and the input from chat gang, really enhancing this show tonight. You're the show within the show, chat gang forever, and Tomb Dad, you're one of the OGs. So thanks for hanging out, buddy. Rest well.
Yeah, and like Coach just mentioned, with Timber, he was one wound left, but lost the roll off for killing Gordrak when he died. This truly is I'm taking you down with me.
I like it. Like
I was one wound of the D3 mortal wounds off doing this. But at one point I had a man crusher on an objective and I was playing against Thunder Lizards. He had brought his skinks in, and because he wasn't sure if he would kill the man crusher, he had also brought his two heroes in. And they were all, if I chose the pointer exactly in the middle, within the 2-inch damage. And I won the timber roll off, and then he only had, I think it was 2 skinks left, one hero on 2 wounds and the other on 3 wounds. Only one model survived, and he survived on 1 wound left. That was almost, you kill my man crusher and I hold the objective anyway because you died when I fell on you.
Mm-hmm. Well,
that was insult to injury.
Well, that's where there's just stuff going on with this army. The granular details, the little interactions, the little moments of play with your opponent. By the way, this is why I love Hand of Dust, because like it's a mini game with my opponent. I love Timber for that same reason. I like weird rules like this that have.
This is encouraging us to interact more and more.
Yes, yeah. I mean, and it's not super granular and horrible in the way that some of them can get, because you don't want, like... You have so few models, I feel like you're allowed to indulge rolling a timber roll every time. You know, like, there's just... like, if every ability was Hand of Dust, then it wouldn't be fun anymore. But because the way this interacts, just in the grand scheme of the army, with it being a low model count army, I just think it's beautiful.
Yeah. And the nice thing is as well is other Gargants are immune to it. So this doesn't like overly punish you for having your man crushers in a multiple man squad. Because the other player can't just timber you onto your own Gargants and cripple you all of a sudden.
Yeah. Can't your Megagargants timber onto your own?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Megagargants can't hurt Megagargants. But they can hurt little Gargants.
That's just...
And the little Gargants can't hurt anyone in the army.
Yeah. Yeah, nice little verisimilitude there.
Which is is a very different rule. It's timber.
It's
instead of timber.
Yeah. So I fun little interaction there. So those are man crushers. Those are they're the backbone of your army. And this is where I want to say a piece I've been holding on to since I scheduled this episode. I think some of the disappointment for the army came in they wanted the Megagargants to just be the smash fucker, big badass, you know.
Of course, yeah.
And when it comes down to centerpieces, I feel like there's two types of centerpieces. You have the like this is the smash everything centerpiece, and then you have on the flip side you have the like the support centerpiece, right? Like you look at how they've rewritten the IDK turtle now to feel more like a support piece that it always should have been, right? Where it's like pushing forward and bringing.
It feels like it's swimming forward now, dragging this group with it.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't think it's a bad thing that the Megagargants. It is a missed opportunity that we don't have 4 Megagargant armies. Come on, like there is no way around that. But like
again, White Dwarf maybe, please.
Right? Yeah, White Dwarf of Broken Realms. Get at us. Let's go. Make it a named dude. He's like his War Scroll sucks a little bit more than the other ones. Like he's 450 or 400, so that you can get an extra command point and then run the and something like that where his War Scroll kind of sucks, but he allows you to run 3 Megagargants as your battle line.
Is the old man Megagargant?
Yeah, like it's exactly. Exactly, 100%. But I actually really do like that because they had a direction to go with this army because this is the Giants army, and Megagargants are mega giants, but you also can't forget about these kind of OG Gargants. It's a shame that we didn't get updated sculpts. Eventually, I just have faith that we might. So I'm not too cross about that. But like,
and we didn't mention it because it's not on the War Scroll. But these Man Crushers are on a heavy cavalry base, which should be on War Scrolls. The base size again, I'm pushing, because that heavy cavalry base, it makes it so much easier to get your toe in onto an objective and then counters those 10 models and steal it from under people. Especially when we add in the mortal wounds on the charge, stuffing things in the bag, and then attacking. But this unit adds the consistency to your army that you were looking for, just through sheer number of attacks.
Dadcula. Yes, my new mask says Dadcula. Brilliant. It's vampirates. So the I don't know. I think that like they had to choose a way to go, and the fact that they actually put the focus back on the battle line isn't a bad thing. That I think it's being portrayed as. The bad thing is like the models feel like we want the cool new sculpts to be the awesome thing, but putting the focus back on the battle line and going in a direction where your Megagargants are kind of the buff wagons that can slap shit if they get like if need arises or if you build them a certain way. And I think that is actually like a really good design space. Like Nagash, and maybe this is because I play Nagash, right? Nagash isn't like the ultimate smash fucker. He's 880 points. He doesn't go down on the table and just like runs rampant and just chops down everything. He plays like a god of death. If you are not equal to him and that you are not a god, he will chop you down. But ultimately, he's there for like the spell attrition and like a buff. He's a utility piece. I can't even say like a buff piece. He's like a pure utility piece. You're paying 880 points for that utility, and then also pushing him forward and like kind of cherry picking where you engage him on the table to do stuff. Megagargants, they feel like that to me. So like I like that. I personally like that. But I understand your mileage may vary and other people might not. Like I get it. So, but I do want. I feel like I wanted to focus on Man Crushers because it is your battle line, and for me, armies are made. They are made on their battle line. If you have great battle line, go ahead. Yeah.
Special shout out to Stompers here. If you are undamaged, which is this is how I got that stupid damage we mentioned earlier. In Stompers, attacking a unit of 20 plus, your headbutt does 6 damage. Which, we talk about, oh my god, this club only does 1 damage. I'm going to nut you for 6 damage. That's just madness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's across the board too. It just goes down the profile. And we know what 6 damage bites look like on Terror Geist, so now you have a unit of things that can like 6 damage headbutt you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time to spend that triumph that you are holding on to the reroll hit.
Right.
Get a few of those headbutts through, and like if anyone's watched Scott Pilgrim, where he just like headbutts that person,
And they explode into coins. Yeah,
yeah, that's what it feels like.
yeah. Yeah. And then question from Coach here actually. Thoughts on Bone Grinder? Is there a tribe where you think it works? So this is of course the Bone Grinder giant. This is a Forge World model.
So if the Bone Grinder giant has the Man Crusher Gargant keyword, then yes, but I don't think he does. And if it was the old War Scroll, then yes, but it isn't. I don't really like the new War Scroll. I feel like he's wants to be a Mega Gargant, but he isn't. He doesn't really feel to me like he's got any of the flavor of a Mega Gargant.
Yeah. Yeah. Sadness. All right. Good.
Yeah, it's a hard sell. It makes me a little sad because I want him to be part of it, and he just isn't.
All right. All right. So now we get to talk about the big boys themselves. And I just want to say we haven't had nearly enough tangents this episode. So, what's...
Sorry, I keep dragging us back to topic.
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, what are you doing here? Disgusting.
I'm terrible.
No.
I've got an agenda. I'm going to fill everyone with giant information.
Fill them with giant information. Yeah. So
I'm going big on the data.
Big data. Oh. So this is where we. So the Kraken Eater. This is my favorite. The kicking objectives is just so fucking hilarious to me. It's just the funniest thing ever.
It's hilarious, and it completely changes how you think and play the game, and it forces your opponent to play your game instead of you playing their game.
Right, which is being part of playing good competitive Warhammer is dictating the pace of your game and playing your strategy. I tell people, like, sometimes on deployments and stuff like that, look at the battle plan. Pretend your opponent's not there. And just like, what's your win stroke? How are you winning on this battle plan? And then adjust and go in and practice your deployments and go in it. Now, obviously, that's a super simplified version. Like, the way Tzeentch deploys against me is really going to affect how I deploy, or KO, I have to deploy around them intelligently. But if you don't know how you're going to win the game and you're always reacting, you're going to lose the game.
Yeah. The Kraken Eater lets you look at the battle plan and decide how you're going to play it. Now, early on, before the book dropped, a lot of people were talking about like the football style where you run up, you get the football, and then you pass it under your own feet back to your own guys. But actually, in play, I like to kick it forward and sort of dribble the objective, because, as I've mentioned before, the army has a lot of how would I phrase it? It has a lot of strength in the positions it's stood in, but it doesn't have a lot of presence outside of those key positions. So the idea would be you want to keep your Kraken Eater in play to maybe attack something if he needs to be, or just be around as a general annoyance, which means you need to carry the objective with you. You do not want this army to be sat leaving models on a point somewhere off in the corner. Like how other armies leave chaff to hold an objective, in my mind, you don't want to be doing that. That's fatal for me. Splitting the army up and like spreading out, for me, it's an instant overextension of the army.
To put it a different way, you're essentially carrying the home base with you with the Kraken Eater. Which is, I mean, one of the big downsides.
The Beast of Chaos thing with the rock they carry into battle with them.
Yeah, you just bring it with. Yeah, 100%. Actually, it makes total sense with my Beast of Chaos like narrative fluff, which is it's the heart of the volcano, and they must constantly give it more blood, or it will go out. So they have like a beast of burden that carries it with them, and then like it throws it down, which is like their Cygor that I never, or their Gorgon that I never play. But like the Gorgon carries it, and then like he throws it down, and you can even
He's on
see
your
like
armies on parade board.
yeah,
Like,
exactly. But he's not right. Yeah, he's just there
board.
to carry that, and then like you see where the stakes come down because like the way it's actually like. Can we talk about like how the Herdstone is actually one of the greatest pieces of terrain in the game? Like it actually looks like it was like recently put up and everything.
Yeah, it looks like somebody's just brought it to the battlefield.
Yeah.
Rather than say, oh, I don't know, charnel throne for Flesh Eater Courts, which why is there a throne everywhere?
Don't at my Bone Tithe Nexus. We'll have words. The Bone Tithe Nexus.
I at least have a narrative for that people are waiting to ambush the Mortek and the ODR when they arrive to collect the tithe. Like, what is going on with the Sheet Courts? So they're just carrying this throne around with them. See, even the pizza oven is better narratively for me because although it's a ridiculous explanation, apparently at the start of a battle it just gets magicked up out of thin air. Mm-hmm. So there's a reason it's there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, they get
the throne.
Yeah, they got to have their pizza. Well, I think I love the Gloomspite gets Loon Shrine. I think it's the coolest looking piece of terrain. I love that model. Why are these like
the Mortal Realms having these moon shrines
everywhere? Everywhere. Well, because like with the Mortek, like essentially like in the Age of Myth, the Bone Tithe started. They just kept it on the secret. Conceivably, there are 1,000-year-old bone tithes that the like they haven't come back to for a while, and you know what I'm saying. And like they conceivably have forgotten ones. Like it, like
it's become part of the mythology of your tribe that there was once these skeleton gods that came to claim their tithe, and it was horrible because that's when half the tribe died or something like that to give up the rewards to stay on this land. And then they come back 1,000 years later and claim it again. So there's a reason it's there.
Yeah. And now you're mounting your aggressive against them, or they're coming to collect from like some primal humans, like 10 years later, and the Khorne army's like, all right, we're gonna freaking ambush these guys, right? Like they've been taking our skulls. Fuck this, and so like that's or like the core, like there's narrative ways to like frame that. I think
they're like, no, we'll give you plenty of femurs. Here, have some bonus rib cages. We're keeping the skulls though. The skulls
they're there to barter. Oh my gosh, I want to have a game against like one Khorne player, or we actually like rather than actually like fight, we actually just sit there rolling dice for diplomacy. And like my Mortisan like comes forward and like, okay, so you want the skulls? Well, I figure that's about 10% of the haul of the bones. So if you let us keep if you throw in like a couple thumbs,
miniatures game, it's gonna their next small game like Shadespire and that is gonna be like a diplomacy style game, maybe a worker placement game, where we negotiate between trading bones and skulls and that.
Oh, get on it. Get on it, Games Workshop. I want that so bad. Like our next sort of mini board game is like the Tithe or like Bone Masters or something like that. Warhammer presents Bone Masters, and then it's just like
Bone Masters.
yeah, like the mini game. Oh, that'd be so fantastic. Like it's like Dominion or like Settlers of Catan style like bone trades.
We can have I don't know. You can put some IDNF Deepkin as well as the third party, and they're negotiating for souls.
Yeah. Oh, you could have expansion decks and expansion armies that like get into the trade for their various reasons.
The Fire Slayers want the gold off the corpses.
Yeah, the teeth, like they're pulling the teeth from the skulls.
Yeah. The ogres have some man-eaters there to get meat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It practically writes itself.
We're making this environmentally friendly trading game because we're using every part of the body, including the soul.
Right. Oh my! I can see it. Like it's like a 4-player game, right? Or you have a 2-player with like a wild card option. The wild card option would be IDK is like it just like plays, and then like the default game is between Khorne and Osiric Bone Reapers, and then you can add in ogres and IDK, and like you're just
Yeah.
like playing around the table like Dominion style, where you have like it's a resource management game type thing.
We need like a patience mechanic as well to add a bit of extra flair. To reflect the fact that after a while these armies would lose patience with
And
each
try to
other
kill
and
each other.
probably just
Yeah.
and it would suddenly flip from like a diplomacy negotiation game to probably something closer to Risk or something where
Yeah,
you're
have
just
like a
killing each other.
have like either like a small scale where you have a couple of models like a warband that will like
Yeah,
go to fight or duel or something like oh they could duel for bones.
yeah.
Oh man, this game writes itself. Games
Yeah.
Workshop, hire us. So all right, so Megagargants Kraken.
Yeah,
So in terms of the move, wounds, save, and bravery, all the Megagargants are the same at default, right? 35
yeah,
wounds.
yeah.
Move.
Got a same base profile. Just as a special note, somebody mentioned LRL a couple hours ago. Um, that 7 bravery, that makes me nervous because there's a couple abilities out there which check against your bravery as to whether you can move, charge, attack, that sort of thing. 7 bravery scares me.
Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, and they can like bounce and make you take the bravery test for them instead.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so kill the Cathalar, dude. It'll be fine. Throw the rocks at the
The
Cathalar.
worry is when Teclis creates -2 bravery, and then you get the spell that you have to roll 2d6, and if you roll, I think it's over your bravery, then you can't move
Mm-hmm.
every time you try to do something. And suddenly your Megagargant, who's 500 points, has got 5 bravery. You're rolling 2d6, which averages 7. Yeah, yeah, no, no thanks.
Fantastic. Yeah,
I
bravery.
don't know who you have to kill to stop that in their army, but whatever you do, guys, chuck rocks at it.
Yeah, yeah. It's the Cathalar. You got to kill it. Um. So yeah, Mega Gargants. You're 35 wounds, 7 bravery, 4 up save, and then the move is 11, and then it charts down from there by about an inch. It's actually not so bad.
Yeah.
Um. 11, 10, 9, 8. Like that's
Besides the middle of the road, Mega Gargant, they were all different by an inch in their movement. So this guy moves 11 inches, which is good. I mean, for me, his actual movement speed is dictated by his ability to
how
kick
far
the
he kicks.
objective.
Yeah, yeah. It's his movement speed is 2d6.
Yes, maybe 2d6 plus 1 or plus 2, depending on where
Because you
I
could be
was
on the
already
you could be on the front. Yeah,
active.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh huh. That's why the 3d6 kick is fun. So then they all have their different attack profiles. The Kraken Eater, kind of out of the box, is the lowest damage profile. You want to go through his profile here, what it does, and so on and so forth.
So the Kraken Eater for me, the big showstopper is the kicking objectives. But when we look at his combat ability, I quite like hurled debris for him because it starts off at 24 inches. Couple that with a move of 11 inches, that's a 35-inch threat range on his thrown attack, which, whilst not the most accurate in the world, lets you maybe pick off a chaff unit, force them to take a battle shock, or weaken them a bit before your man crusher sticks his toe in and takes the objective cheekily.
Mm-hmm.
It's very much what the army's about: sticking your toe in and taking an objective.
This is where like this army kind of plays counter to what Vince desires and what I think a lot of people wanted at the front.
Yeah.
Even you were in this category. This army doesn't charge forward and fight you. It just kind of like kites you and plays the objective game and like it's a very sort of like dink and dunk style play. Very very cagey.
Yeah, I like a lot of people was initially disappointed because I was expecting Norse giants and I got English giants of whimsy. And they sort of play a bit like English giants of whimsy, I guess, as well.
The Kraken Eaters are here. They're here to drink. Yeah, they're here to drink beer and steal your food.
Yeah. But then we move on to the melee profiles. These are quite similar for everyone. Like the death grip is the same for everyone. The almighty stomp changes slightly for everyone because someone might have more attacks, someone might have more damage.
Jump up and down instead,
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah. And then you get your main weapon attack. In this guy's case, he is the least damaging. So he gets Almighty Stomp, which is this is two attacks. Range is 2 inches, so you can reach over a line. And this one is going to reroll hit rolls of 1 against non-monsters. So that's actually a free rerolling ones to hit. Then a free, so I mean you probably get 1 through, honestly. Then Ren 2, so good chance of that going through. D3 damage, so 2 damage. Then we've got the Death Grip, and this Death Grip has a 3-inch reach. The 3-inch reach is really gonna save this army a lot of the time in combat because it lets you pick off things sometimes or make a combat awkward by hitting something they weren't quite expecting you to hit. In this case, this hits on a 3. And it re-rolls ones against monsters. So it's like that image of your Megagargant, like I don't know, grabbing this dragon by the throat and just choking the life out of it. It's then going to wound on a 2, so really reliable there. For me, this ability, this because it's a single attack, it probably hits as much as it misses.
You're gonna have games where you're on fire with it, and you're gonna have games where you never make one of them. Nagash has his like single laser beam, his death gaze, where he goes like pew. I call it the stink eye, and he just stink eyes one. It does. I think it's a D6 damage too. Like I have games where like I will blow up 6 guys. I've never rolled the 6. Sorry. I have games where I blow up the 5 guys, or like I miss outright for 2 turns, and I finally hit and do 1 damage with the D6.
Yes.
I'm like, awesome. So like in the whole game, I did 2 damage with his gaze. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, and then it's rend free. So as I mentioned towards the top of the show, like rend free, most targets you're just going straight through. But then the problem does become D6 damage. Like, are you down to 1 wound? Well, I feel like I'm almost guaranteed to roll a 6 then. If are you at 4 wounds? Well, it's time for me to roll a 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very swingy.
I actually hate D6. I hate D6 damage attacks. I think they should just be 4. I hate D6. I guess the Timmy's when you roll, you never roll the 6.
I would have loved it if they just made it 2d3.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, it gives us the same spike, but it gives us more consistency.
Yeah, 100%.
That would have been much more preferable. And then we move to the Shipwrecker War Club. Again, this is still a 3-inch reach. This is going to get 8 attacks at the top profile. It does get charted down. Freeze and freeze. So I believe that's probably 3 wounds, something like that. Ren 2, so yeah, let's say 2 go through. 2 damage each, so probably 4 damage. This is why people get upset when you look at the Megagargants, because if you were expecting a frost giant that just like obliterates something the moment he hits it, this guy isn't doing that. He's without a good roll, he's struggling to kill a chaff unit, which is a bit sad. But oh well, it's as we mentioned before, this army is not trying to kill you all the time. This army is trying to hold objectives. So maybe you don't need to kill that chaff unit. Maybe you need to cripple that chaff unit. Well, then the objective is yours.
Right. And then abilities, this is the Almighty Stomp. Most Megagargants will have a configuration of something like this.
Yeah. Their stomp or jump up and down will reroll hit rolls of 1 against non-monsters. Then they have Death Grip, which similarly allows their grab attack to reroll hit rolls of 1 against monsters.
Yeah.
And then they all have Crushing Charge, and we said we like Impact Mortal Wounds. Well, this is more of them. This one is each enemy unit within an inch. And that's key. Each enemy unit. So if you can get more than one enemy units in, do it. You'll get more impact mortal wound. And on a 2+, you're going to do D3 mortals if it is a monster. If it's a horde, so not a monster, like a chaff screen again, D6 mortal wounds, which is a 1.
You never rolled.
I'm just a bit salty because after playing like 5 or so games, I've consistently got 1s when charging chaff. Like I have also insta-gibbed heroes, like just killed them instantly when I charge them. But then I'll charge like a 10 screen of skinks or something, and I'll do 1 damage. It's like really.
Yeah.
But as I said, like this is every enemy unit within an inch. This is potentially really good. Like it lets you sprinkle a few mortal wounds around. We know how powerful sprinkling mortal wounds can be.
Yeah, you can even do some cheeky stuff where like you charge like the hero and like you're piling, you intend to pile into like the chaff and rotate around type thing. So you hit it and like if you actually get that like 4, you kill the hero and then you just pile in and you go into the unit. Or you can do some stuff where you charge impact, hit the thing, and then you free up the other unit to go and do its thing. So like you've got. Go ahead.
There's also a quick shout out here to doing multi-charges. Kind of like ogres, sometimes you might want to charge this guy in, for example, on, I don't know, the left flank of a unit, sorry, a chaff screen. Let's say you do 4 damage. So they've probably lost 4 of their models. They've got maybe 6 left. We then charge 3 man crushers into that unit, and they probably kill the rest of the unit.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly, because of the way combat and piling works, because you made a valid charge, you are allowed to pile it.
Yeah.
So that 3-inch reach, add that to a 3-inch pilot, and you can reach 6 inches behind where those models were, and maybe kill a hero that he wasn't expecting you to hit.
Yeah. There's some real cool play with that.
The army really wants you to focus on having the initiative in combat.
Mm-hmm.
Like this tests your battlefield control ability as a player.
Mm-hmm. And then get Orf Milan. This is what we talked about. You kick the objective, 2d6. Longshanks. This is our first time to talk about this. We've referenced it a couple times. This is their pseudo fly, not fly ability.
Just a second for the for the kick objective. We have mentioned kicking it before, but just a note. You've got to be within an inch of it, which is why I say you get restricted in how far your Kraken Eater can move. You also have to own the objective before your hero phase, which means that if you are taking the turn 1, round 1, you cannot kick the objective because you do not own the objective yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
And then we move on to Longshanks, which is
really good information. By the way, I just want to give you props. Really good, important detail of the rule that I think people might overlook. So really good shout out there. Longshanks.
Longshanks, I'm going to be a bit salty and say, why couldn't it have just been fly? So this is...
I wanted trample. I wanted it to be for Megagargants especially.
Walk over and do mortal wounds.
Yeah, walk over and I do mortal wounds. I understand,
that's even better.
Like maybe like my legs are too big, so I don't quite step on you. So I only do mortal wounds to things that are adequately big. So it's got to be a unit of 10 or 20. But like something like a get out my way type thing, where like you literally displace their unit. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe tie it in with the the almighty stomp. When I walk over your unit, if it is not a monster, I get to roll my almighty stomp.
Yeah, fine. It doesn't have to be mortals here.
That would be pretty cool because that would give me like a free melee attack as I walk over you.
Yeah. No,
because I'm simply just kicking you out the way.
I actually like that better than just doing mortals because we got mortals off the impact and like it makes sense because like you have such like long strides that you might not actually like stomp on like the whole unit. You might just like catch a couple guys or something. So you roll an attack and see where the damage lands. I like that. And I would actually be cool if you displaced the units you stepped around. Like they actually had to move. I think that would be cool. Like, cause we've seen with with the Alaric.
Tectonic force
Yeah,
from
we've
the
seen
from
them.
RL.
Right, we've seen people have to move their stuff, and like maybe they can choose to, like, if you end your move within 3 inches, then like you actually can do that. Now you're just in combat, but like they have to displace inches while you step over them and stuff. I think I know it makes it granular in terms of how the game plays, and we don't want to see that. But like you've played such a low model count army that like I feel like you're allowed to really explore weird granular rules like that because.
Yeah,
But I don't know, like Longshanks. I don't want it to be you just have fly when you charge or whatever. I feel like that's like the lazy way. But what
yeah,
it ends up being is, and I'll go ahead and let you kind of.
yeah. No, I think you're right. I think I was being lazy, wanting fly. It's just because, like Coach says, Longshanks it feels useless in practice.
Mhm.
So it's on a normal move specifically, so not on your pylon, not on your charge. So it's
It
specifically
needs it.
a move in the movement phase.
If even if they just put it on the charge during your move
That
and
would help.
charge,
Yeah.
right? If it's on the charge phase, because then if you roll that 12-inch charge, now you like step over and then
Well,
you can get at the backside or you can
not
get.
just that. Suddenly, the 3d6 charge from the War Stomper we mentioned before gets more interesting.
Yeah.
Like, because maybe he just charges through a line essentially and lands somewhere awkward
Yeah.
behind them.
Yeah, or you
Um,
you diagonal, like you're like, okay, I need a 6-inch charge to make this engagement. Oh damn, I rolled the 12, so now I'm gonna like charge past. I'm over here
yeah,
now, pile in, boom. Like that feels gianty to me, not like the way this works out. I'm sorry, go ahead and read
yeah.
it.
So you start a normal move outside of 3. You finish a normal move outside of 3, so that's 6 inches. You got 130 mil base, which works out to about 5 inches. Like so, so before I factor in the size of your base, I already probably can't walk over you.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least I can't walk over you if I'm not doing a retreat. It's also got a bit about how the wounds characteristic is affected, so you can't just walk away from like a hero with it or over a hero's head rather. And then it's got for terrain features if they're four
This
inches
is dumb.
tall at their highest
This is
point.
dumb.
Um, I believe that the original Azerite ruins are just below 4 inches, but every other piece of terrain I physically own is at least right on 4 inches.
I don't know
And so it's
why they had
useless.
to put this here. They
Yeah.
didn't need to say this. You walk over terrain. Done.
Yeah. Maybe if it was highest 4 inches at the point I cross it,
Yeah.
even that. Just, but highest point of the piece of terrain. What happens if, I don't know, they wanted to encourage siege battles at one point? What happens if I've got a big castle wall?
Well, then you
It would
smash
be
the
sad.
castle into rubble,
Yeah.
and then it is below 4 inches.
Well, no, because we don't know. I, and I'm going to take a kick at that rubble rule now. Like, I smash it into rubble, and rubble's keyworded. Well, rubble isn't a rule.
Yeah.
I did FAQ this, so hopefully we'll have an answer.
Well, it should
I
say,
want to know what rubble is.
yeah, yeah. I actually thought it would have been funny if their faction terrain was rubble,
Yeah.
and
Well,
like it does
maybe
nothing.
it should say Longshanks that you can also walk over rubble. That would be beautiful.
Sure.
That
Yeah.
would suddenly add value.
Yeah.
And also as was mentioned, because people asked me about endless spells before in the chat. A lack of a wounds characteristic does not constitute a wounds characteristic of less than 10. Not having something entirely is not the same as having 0 of something. So
Therefore,
therefore,
you.
until we get an FAQ, your Megagargants could be shackled into the spots and never be able to move in the entire game.
Right.
This needs an FAQ immediately.
Yeah.
If this rule essentially just gets ruled as I can walk out of endless spells, then
Now it
I'll
does something.
accept it as it is.
Yeah. I don't think that the inch requirement on terrain need exist, especially since we have. This opens up the definition of modeling for advantage. If I am a TO,
Yes.
or it's my table, like suddenly every piece of terrain I ever make customly, because we play with so much custom terrain too,
Yeah.
like they're all at arbitrary heights and stuff like that. It's just this 4 inch or taller at its highest point doesn't need to exist.
Well, also, I mentioned that the lowest piece of terrain I had from GW was my Azerite ruins, like the older ones, the townscape style ones. Um, so they're just below 4 inches. Let's say I want to make it easier to put it on my table, so I put it all on like a thin MDF base or something, similar to how the Citadel would sit on a base. Oh, well, I just creeped over 4 inches high, and suddenly you can't walk over that either.
Right, and where do you draw the line? Do I, the opponent, go, oh no, dude, measure from the MDF?
Yeah,
The gray area is the ability to say no to a rule. This is the kind of granular stuff I hate. This doesn't
yes.
need to be here. The 4 inches doesn't. You walk over terrain.
We
You can't
we were
finish
so happy with the whimsy and the randomness of this army from all the just the random niche stuff
random,
they've
weird.
added.
Yeah.
And this is anti-fun
Why did
random.
you suddenly go so specific when everything else has been random and weird? Why is this now so specific? I get the wounds characteristic, like you shall not pass.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
I can't walk over Archaon. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, legit. Nagash probably not gonna. Yeah, fine. Like, but the 4 inch tall thing is where you kind of lose me, and the within 3 inches actually makes kind of sense. I just wish it was like a little bit.
That's
You
just a normal move requirement, right? So
right. That's just part of our default of the game. What it needs to be is charging. It just needs to include charging, and nix this 4 inch tall thing, and then just add in. Yeah, you can walk over endless spells.
well, there's also a problem with adding that out, having to land outside of 3 inches. Means that you can't charge with it even if they removed normal from it. Because you have to land outside 3 inches. You've got to land within half an inch for a charge to be valid.
Mm.
Like, so there's two specifics buried in that rule which stop it being used for charges. Yeah.
Oh, because you do have to land within the half inch.
Yeah, and it specifically says at the end of the ability that you've got to be outside of 3 inches of the enemy. So, yeah,
I think you just say treat it as flying. You don't give them. No, I do think
yeah.
you're
Even if you say Longshanks treat as flying,
treat it as flying when you charge or move over models with block, characteristic, or terrain. I mean, because my stalkers move over terrain basically for free, right?
Yeah.
Like in Ossiarch Bone Reapers.
In practice, for me, what this has done is it has, in the middle of a game, meant me and my opponent had to measure the height of terrain, which felt absurd.
Gross.
And on top of that, the only real benefit it gave me was at one point I retreated over an enemy unit because I started in combat, and therefore I was able to get just enough movement to move over them because of the size of my base, staying outside of 3 inches. And it was useful for that, but wow, that's one heck of a niche rule.
Maybe the only use they want you using this for is retreats.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all they wanted is to retreat with
in
it.
my case, so in my case, it actually won me the game because I kicked the objective sort of under their unit, like across to the other side, and then I retreated over their head and just took the objective back anyway because they had actually got more models on than me until I moved where the objective was and just sort of went whoop over you. So it does have a use. It's very niche.
Well, I think that we've
wish
actually
it didn't have the terrain rule.
The terrain thing is dumb. That's just the granularity that
And
doesn't need to exist.
And it needs to let me step out of endless spells.
Sure.
Because, as has been mentioned, if I get shackles when I've got 500 point of model, then my fun, where I can have fun even when I'm losing, I'm no longer going to be having fun because I'm going to be like stood there at the game table like, this is dumb.
Yeah.
And not fun dumb. This is just dumb.
Yeah, well, you're not playing. I mean, that's
you're
not rolling any dice at all. You're not even rolling saves. Like you're rolling no dice. And there was no decision you could have made, and because I think meaningful decision starts at the list building phase. There wasn't even a meaningful decision you could have made at the beginning of your list building phase because you have to take the 500 point guy. You have to.
Well, the only meaningful decision there will be taking Take a Tribe, taking that wizard artifact, the glowy lantern. And
doesn't give you the wizard keyword.
Uh,
so you...
and then assuming the FAQ was there, or assuming you were in dispel range, which I guess if it's hitting you, you are in dispel range. So you either unbind it when it's cast, which good luck when the army's probably +4 to cast and you're naked unbind. And assuming the FAQ gave you the ability to remove it, then dispelling it. That's suddenly what it becomes. And that kills the spirit of a destruction army and being fun.
I would take, and this is where, as we've talked through it, I think that this rule is designed for you to actually retreat over and do the thing. Yeah. I think that, and if that's the intent, I'm actually okay with it, but you still need to fix the 4 inches thing, and you need to add an addendum to get around endless spells. So, that's it.
We need to beat endless spells, and if you do want to keep that terrain height thing, please change it to 5 inches.
6. Why isn't half a foot? 6 inches.
Just 4 inches puts you with, 1 piece of GW terrain you being able to walk over. 6 inches would be quite a decent amount of GW terrain to walk over. It's...
I don't want to be measuring terrain in the middle of a game. I'm sorry. I just don't want to do that. Just take it out. It doesn't need to be there. Oh, but what if they could walk over the cool brass citadel? Awesome. I don't care. Let them. I don't care.
Just lucky he didn't kick it over as he went past it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I like the idea of stomping on people as you run over them, but I could take it or leave it.
I like the idea of if it's rubble, he can walk through it no matter what. I like that idea as well.
Yeah, same.
It gives that smash down more value.
Yeah, no, the Longshanks needs it. This isn't. I don't think it's done yet. It needs to go back in the oven.
Yeah.
That's the long and short of it. Son of Behemat. I actually like this. By the way, I like this.
I love this rule.
As someone who casts Hand of Dust, I like this. If a spell or ability would slay this model without any wounds or mortal wounds being inflicted by the spell or ability, this model suffers D6 mortal wounds. Basically, it says if I Hand of Dust you, you take a D6 mortal wounds instead. That is way better than Gotrik's stupid, he only takes 1. That's dumb. It should be a D6 at the very least.
Yeah. This rule is great because if it didn't exist, the army would probably be dead on arrival. Because there's a lot of little things out there. I think Petrifex gets there's an artifact which is a 5-up to Slayer model.
Don't say Petrifex. Ossiarch Bone Reaper. Don't say... This is the problem we had from the beginning, is everyone's NPE got lumped into that's a Petrifex problem, that's a Petrifex problem.
Sorry.
Go on.
Sorry, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Ossiarch Bone Reapers get
Thank you.
5-up slay. I believe Vok Motion, the spellcaster, has a 5-up slay. We've got Nagash with a 4-up slay.
It's a 50-50. It's a guessing game.
The Korgus Cool, I think it is, gets a 5-up slay, so does the Mighty Lord of Khorne. We've got slays everywhere. And an army where your army is stuck into 500-point models.
Everywhere.
These guys, you don't. They're in enough places to make the army unplayable if this rule wasn't here. Because how bad would it be if somebody created a spell portal and Hand of Dusted straight through the spell portal and just deleted your War Stomper at the start of the game?
I'm sorry, if my 880-point Death Wizard killed your 500-point model, sorry, Worth. Whatever. Don't cry at me, bro.
I would rather he shoots me 8 times in a row with D3 mortals.
Oh, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, that's what I'm going to do. Is just I'm actually going to hand it us to you once because it's a D6 mortals, and then I'm just going to I actually like this because I think it's the right balance between mitigating slaying effects while still lending credence to how awesome slaying effects are. And that's the thing that other things that say you're immune to slay effects, they piss me off because it's no, slay effects are powerful. The Slayer of Kings is powerful, and it should feel powerful when the stars align and that thing works. It shouldn't negate your 500-point model.
By the way, special shout out to the narrative on this ability where it says, the Sons of Behemat are nearly as difficult to kill as their mighty progenitor. And then it should continue to say, he was killed by a damage-free hammer in one hit.
um, yeah, shout outs to the narrative there. Stuff them in me net, which I love. You want to go ahead and
Yes.
take this over?
So this is, you pile in, roll a d3, and then you get to choose enemy models within 3 inches, the number of which you just rolled, so maybe 3 models. Roll a dice for each of them. If you double the wounds characteristic, stuff them in my net and slay them.
Bound and hell. Speaking of slay effects, you get to slay 3 things. Get wrecked. Like, it's so great.
Yeah, so again, if you're fighting second, this is your break coherency on someone. Apart from, because they're probably piled in around your base, maybe break coherency in 3 separate spots and cause the biggest coherency break you possibly can on their unit.
Just stagger it. Oh, wipe the unit. This is where the Kraken Eater has some like hidden damage it gets to deal because it's got the stuff in net.
Which is great that we're actually using that design space to play in. Whether or not this was the right army to do it, I've got no idea, but this is where we are. The army's here. Let's play with it and enjoy it.
I like it. And real quick, Yuan Vitar asks something about Adeptus Custodes. I don't know what that is.
It's the Golden Boys from 40k.
What's 40k? I'm sorry.
I don't know about it to answer.
What's 40k? I'm sorry, I don't play that game. Or movie, whatever it might be. I don't know. This is a time-honored tradition as old as my It's Vampires is what's 40k. Terror. This is another one of those rules that all the Megagargants get.
I'm just going to leave Terror and this version of Timber to you. Take special note for the size of the AoE and the distance. I'm just going to be right back a second.
Right,
that's okay.
Yeah, so Terror, subtract 1 bravery characteristic from enemy units if they are within 3 inches of any friendly unit with this ability. So it's like a standard in that it doesn't stack. So if any is within, then you get a -1 bravery. That it's, they like to throw bravery debuffs on everything. This is fine. This is not Timber now as their next ability. It is Timber! If this model is slain before removing the model from the battlefield, the players must roll off. The winner must pick a point on the battlefield 5 inches from this model. So this is actually like a good chunk of distance, 5 inches about there. Each unit within 3 inches of that point suffers D3 mortals unless it is a Megagargant. So this is the one that it can actually timber and smash your own man crushes. 5 inches is a good chunk to where, like, actually if you kill this thing, usually, so it's rocking a 3-inch reach, and the way, like, for instance, like a Bone Shaper needs to be effectively within, what is it? The way that, like, the units have to be, like, tightly packed for a lot of their buff, wholly within 6 is wholly within 12. With timbering 5 inches, you're able to hit that, like, even well-protected hero. That has to be close enough to project, usually, like, a wholly within 12, or, like, in some cases, like, within 3 inches or within 2. So,
yeah.
That's the significance of this, is, like, you're actually able to timber into even the protected hero, which I think is, like, the poignant factor.
Timbering 5, the measuring 3 from that, that's like an 8-inch range on this.
Yeah.
So there's a chance, like in one of my games, where you timber over their unit, you kill the injured support hero, because maybe you've been peppering them a bit before.
You threw some rocks.
And suddenly, they can't pay for their battle shock test. So although your Megagargant went down, whatever unit it was that attacked you can't pay for the battle shock test, because there's not a hero in range anymore, and so they lose more models.
Yeah, perfect. So War Stompa, your favorite, I assume.
My favorite is actually the Kraken Eater, but it's my favorite second model in an army.
Right. So now these guys move 10 as opposed to 11.
Yeah, so he's a bit slower.
But we've already explained that the Kraken Eater's movement is how far it kicks
It's
the
actually
objective.
2d6, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Except for when he's retreating after kicking it 2d6. Um,
I'll let you take over. So now we're seeing our death grip. Now we see the jump up and down, and they all have
yeah.
a club or something. So
So the keynote here is that he doesn't actually have a ranged attack, because his ranged attack is buried into his version of stuff 'em in my bag. So we're going to look at his profile first. So the melee weapons. So he's got the same death grip that we mentioned with Kraken Eater, and then he's got jump up and down. And jump up and down is better at killing hordes because there's more attacks. So we're going to get 4 attacks. And then because of the almighty jump ability, we are also going to reroll 1s here. So probably get 3 of them through. Then 3 of them, 3 plus 2 wounds, so probably 2 of them through. Ren 2 and D3 damage, so probably 4 damage through there. Again, this is a 3-inch range. All this guy's attacks are a 3-inch range, which means that we can cheekily hit things when maybe it wasn't expected after the pile-in. But it just lets us get that key reach in. You can actually hit from behind a Man Crusher if the Man Crusher's sideways. And then we've got the Titanic Boulder Club. This one's a bit weird in how you calculate the attacks characteristic, because you get a modifier to it that's anywhere from 0 to +4. And at +4, space. So let's say I charge into an enemy unit. We add up the attacks characteristic, which is the number of enemy models within 3 inches. So chaff unit, that's probably going to be 10 models. A monster by itself would be 1 model. And then we add the value on the damage table to the total. So if you're at max wounds, that's +4. So that's going to be 5 attacks against a monster, and we would be at something like, I don't know, 14, 24, something daft for chaff. Then we add 4 for if there's an enemy monster within 3 inches, or each enemy monster. So again, we're going to actually be up to like 9 attacks there. If it's less than 1 for the attacks characteristic, we count it as 1. If it's more than 10, unfortunately, we do pull the characteristic back down to 10. And this is one of the reasons I didn't really like one of the things earlier, which added to the attacks characteristic of this weapon. Because for whatever reason, it's unfortunate, this club is restricted to 10 attacks maximum, which vastly reduces the damage this can do and basically reduces the damage it's going to do against hordes. He is still going to hit harder than the Kraken Eater, but he's not going to hit that much harder, because at the end of the day, he's probably going to get 4 or 5 through and do like, I don't know, 6 to 8 damage with his club.
yeah, but it doesn't chart. So it's really good.
Well, the club does chart, as in the plus attacks charts, but it's really easy to be at 10 from the Titanic Boulder Club rule.
Right.
So then we move on to his abilities. Like the other ones, he's got reroll 1s, as we mentioned, to hit for the
Jump or
up and down.
stomp. Yeah, this is the jump
Yeah.
up and down.
He's got the reroll 1s against monsters for the death grip. And he's got the impact mortal wounds, which we love.
Mm-hmm.
And then we go to his
Long Shanks as well.
Stuff
Long Shanks as well. Son of Behemat, Timber,
yeah.
and Terror. All of those consistent. Now its version of Stuff 'em in me bag or Stuff 'em in me
hurled
net.
body, which is why we've got hurled body on a damage table. So this one's interesting. I've actually emailed GW for clarification on this, because it says once per combat phase. It doesn't say when, which makes it interesting. You can pick 1 enemy model within 3 inches, roll a dice, add the hurled body modifier. So maximum of 8.
So are you saying that you can activation rules me?
Oh yeah.
Like I
Oh yeah.
charge you and I pile in, and then you're like, actually, who? Like, and you just throw.
I believe I can't be at the start because this will probably be default and in the phase
Right. They
ability.
they
But
changed the spreadsheet. Yeah.
I can certainly get you after we've both piled in and attacked.
Yep.
So I can use this to break coherency.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, it lets me attack, you attack, and then break coherency.
Mm-hmm.
Like it lets me change the timing so I don't have to always fight second.
Mm-hmm.
At least as it's written at the moment.
Right.
Then the fun part, I've picked you up, I've slayed your model, and then on a 4-up, I'm gonna throw it at someone. I'm gonna like boulder it straight into someone. And it's a target within 12 inches and visible to it. And I do whatever your wounds characteristic was. So again, if I rolled a 6 and I got +2, if I was throwing an ogre, that would be 4 mortal wounds to the target I throw it at.
It's going to be 1 or 2.
It is going to be 1 or 2 realistically.
It's going to be 1 or 2.
It's fun against that one ogre player, I guess, who's playing Gutbusters. But outside that, it's 1 or 2 mortal wounds. Mm-hmm. Which, as I mentioned, could be enough to kill, say, the Battlesmith before you actually want to take a swing with your club against them,
or help you chart a Thunder Tusk or something. Like if you've been trying to, help you chart maybe a Maw Crusher if it's taking some ancillary damage and like it's stuck in like kind of diagonal from you, and you're like whip, boom, and like Kobe, and like now it's charted.
As it's written. Being able to choose when you activate it, it is incredibly diverse in its uses. Mm-hmm. You could be using it just to slay a certain model in the squad, like a banner bearer. You could be using it to snipe a hero that's low on wounds to remove their buff. You can use it to break coherency. You know, it's got a lot of different possibilities with it. And I would encourage people to explore the options. I really like this guy, but for me, as I said, like the Kraken Eater wins because he's kicking objectives. But the Kraken Eater's winning as a second. This guy is, for me, I'm pretty hot on him being my first, but I'm also hot on the Gatebreaker being my first. So,
okay, interesting. But your Kraken's your like auto second, and then it's like, who do I take? Yeah. So yeah, Longshanks, Sons of Behemat, we already covered that, and then Titanic Boulder Club. I think you kind of covered that at the top.
Yeah, I covered that. I said the most unfortunate thing about it is the last line about how
10.
If you get to more than 10, you're 10.
Capped at 10. Gross.
It's also why I mentioned. It's also why I don't like that other. I think it was the command trait we mentioned earlier, where you add to the attacks characteristic. It's like, oh great, yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Who cares, right?
Right, and then so we have we go to the Gatebreaker. The Gatebreaker now is the fastest. Got to go fast because you got to break those gates at 12 inches.
Apparently carrying a gigantic flail makes you faster.
And a portcullis is more aerodynamic because it's got the holes.
Portcullis in between your legs, which I'm sure is digging into your legs when you take a step.
Oh, like it's got to chafe. It's got to chafe so bad. Like it's the worst chafing ever. But you have a ranged attack again with your hurled boulder. Yeah. So I'll let you go ahead and.
The hurled boulder for me, if this Gatebreaker is your general and you're getting your +1 to hit, the hurled boulder for me is like the ultimate in sniping technology. Because it starts off for the 3 to hit. So although it's 1 attack, it's pretty reliable. If you've got your Fierce Loathing, you can probably have it at 2 to hit. 2 to wound, so again, reliable. Rend 3, it's probably piercing, whatever it is. Damage 4.
Not fucking around with D6s. Damage 4. I love
it. We were asking for our D6s to be 4s before. This is a 4.
Yep.
This is this says it's a hurled boulder, and it feels like a hurled boulder.
Correct. Yeah, I love it.
The range is only 18 inches, but as we mentioned, we're moving 12. That's a 30-inch threat range. You're probably getting the snipe on what you want if you're going to use it for sniping. If not, feel free to just toss 4 damage straight at anything.
Yeah, whatever it is. Pew!
Charts most things, right?
Yeah.
I believe your Stonehorn charts at least once from that. Your
Well, they got their stone skeleton, so they might save one of them. Is the thing like they're
well,
probably
if they save one, they've taken 3 wounds,
which is
and
exactly charting.
yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I
So
believe
yeah,
anyway.
yeah,
But there's a chance you chart them from just range damage, and that's pretty good.
yeah.
Everyone else's monsters are probably charting as well. Like if you throw this at a cabbage, you're charting it maybe before it gets a chance to move, which reduces its movement distance. Yes, I know it can move twice, and so it'll still make it, but everything adds up.
Right.
And then we move on to its melee weapons. So again,
Almighty Stomp again.
yep, Almighty Stomp. This one's the same as the Kraken Eaters. This is 2-inch range, 2 attacks, freeze, rend 2, D3, so probably 2 damage. Death Grip, again, same as everyone else. Freeze 2s, rend 3, D6 damage, 3-inch range. The reroll 1s against monsters, so it's okay. And then the Fork Crusher Flail, which is what brings this guy to a different level.
Yeah. Yeah,
It starts at 10 attacks, which is why I had a little ramble earlier about how if you add +2 attacks, we get to 12, which upsets me with my War Stomper.
Yeah.
So this hits on 4s. So this half of these are missing, which is why your loathings are important. Like you've got to really decide what you need your loathing against, because that's going to be the difference between like 1 or 2 extra hits at the minimum.
This comes into knowing your win stroke or your winning play with your army to begin with. Like if you have to know what strategy you're going for at the building the army phase. At the list phase, you have to know how you're going to try to win the game. And I like stuff like this, by the way. I like having to be cognizant of your list at the beginning on how I wish to play and beat the game. That's all that's going on here. So yeah.
Yeah. But when it does hit, oh boy, rend 3 damage. This is hitting you like a full-on like Chad hit.
Yeah, this
is the big dick energy flail.
Yeah.
If you take extremely bitter and got +2 to hit, and you get through most of your hits and probably insta kill whatever you hit.
It really is like if you look at the flail on the sculpt, I think it's just 2 penises with a chain between them.
I'm sure somebody could convert it into.
Oh no! Don't do that. I know we've got our mature tags. I didn't tell you to make your army not safe for work. I mean, Slaanesh exists, but we'll go on from there. So yeah.
Okay. So then we move on to the abilities. These are the Almighty Stomp, same as the others. The Death Grip, same as the others. Longshanks, same. Sons of Behemat, Terror, and Timber, the same again. So what we're picking up here, Crushing Charge as well is the same. So the different one we're picking up here is Smashdown. Mm-hmm. So in case anybody noticed, with the Breaker Tribe, the +1 damage was specific to the Man Crushers. And the reason for that was because the Gatebreaker has it baked into his War Scroll. So even if he's in a different tribe, he gets +1 damage inflicted against a model within a garrison. So again, let's have a quick look.
Or wholly within a terrain, or wholly within a terrain feature in this case.
Yes,
which is
important. Or wholly within terrain. Sorry, I should have added that.
Yeah.
But if we have a quick look back at our KO player, so we've got a 30-inch threat on our Throne Rock. He was probably on a 4-up save, so he's on like a 3+ save now. -3 rend, he's pushed to a 6-up save. But this is going to be damage 5, so that KO player is probably losing the hero it hits, which is huge. So it's really good for that. And so that's the I guess the mechanical good side of the ability. And then we've got the hilarious side of the ability, which is at the end of combat, pick one terrain feature within 3 inches of this model and roll a dice. If it's equal to or greater than the smashdown value of this model's damage table, then that terrain feature is reduced to rubble. Now we reach down into our bag by the table. We crack out our pre-prepared faction terrain of the broken Bone Type Nexus, for example.
Yeah, yep.
We put it down. We slap it all on the table, and we grin at them like an idiot whilst we tell them that its scenery rules have all been replaced with the deadly scenery rule, and its keywords are now scenery and rubble.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, a shout out to what on earth is rubble.
What this is doing is it's taking away the faction terrain keywords. Is really all that's saying. Is
it really is.
It's taking away whatever its key. If it's a wildwood for like whatever it is, it's Citadel Woods. It's taking away whatever the keywords are on that thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine, but I really do want them to like in the GHB or something like be like scenery rubble does this other thing. But
my suggestion for it was that it might make man crushers or something able to throw more rocks.
Sure, you can throw an extra rock per turn
because it takes them less effort to search for rocks because the rocks are right there in the rubble.
Yep, they throw an extra rock now. If they're within 3 inches of it, they throw an extra rock. That's all it does.
Yeah,
perfect. No, that's fine. If they're within 3 inches, when you throw rock, you throw an extra rock.
It's simple. It's not game breaking. It adds a bit of consistency. It'd be nice.
Yeah, I don't know what 40k is, Krinigate. I got 2 uses out of that joke tonight. I love it. Yeah, no, I'm with you here. What's that?
Coach said it makes it deadly. Yes, it does.
Well, that's pretty much what it's saying. Is it's like it's deadly scenery and its keywords are changed to scenery rubble, which is again erasing whatever the keywords it has.
Yeah, it stops the other player using their faction terrain, which it varies. It varies from amazing to useless. But as per pretty much all fun abilities in the game, that's where you are. You know, you're getting this to start off with.
Yeah, and it's free, quote unquote. Like it's just on the scroll. Like this isn't something you're speccing into. It's not an allegiance ability. It's just on the scroll. It's fun. Notably, the thing that like kind of lets me down a little bit about the Gatebreaker is like there is no stuff 'em in me bag anything. Like there's
I
think the trade-off
was sad, but at the same time, it does hit like a freight train.
And
like
you've got the better ranged attack.
Like you wish he hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got the good ranged attack and you hit pretty hard. So like that's the trade-off is like the cheeky tricks for the like just the good damage, right? Like just the out the box good damage.
Also, I'm not sure if anyone could answer this for me, or maybe this should be FAQ just to get an answer. So the KO Ironclad and Frigate and that, when we say +1 damage if it is part of a garrison, am I right in thinking that the ship itself is part of a garrison because in itself it is the garrison that things go in?
I don't think that's it because you're
I'm not sure. I probably not is the answer, but it'd be nice.
Targets a unit that is part of a garrison. I mean, I guess technically in the case of their boats, their unit is part of the garrison because it's the thing. But I think what garrison...
The interesting thing is it's only part of the garrison while people are in it, which makes me think probably not.
No, I don't think it is because, like, technically it is the garrison and a unit is garrisoned when it's inside the thing. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, like... But, like, we have to get granular with it, so it's worth a blast out to them. Yeah. I would, at my table as a TO, I would rule it, no, you don't do extra damage to the Ironclad when something's inside of it.
I will probably say no playing it.
And I always round in favor of my opponent, too. So, like, I'm the one fighting the KO player. I'm like, I'm not going to, like, try to, like, eke out 1 extra damage against your stupid boat.
Yeah.
Honestly, I want to kill the thing inside of it and everything around it that wants to, like, fly high. I just want it all dead. And so, like, screw your boat.
With +1 damage and rend-free attacks, I'm going to consider killing your garrison instead of killing your boat.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm going to laugh at the fact that your boat counts as 1 model and I count as 20.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you got no units left, if you got no dudes or dudettes around, then who gives a crap? But, like, currently, I would ask the question just in case I'm wrong, and I hear, but usually, like, I always round down with Games Workshop in terms of stuff like that. It always does the less more powerful thing, usually. It's like, infinity combos and weird interactions usually are not what they're going for. I've been surprised, I've been wrong, but usually that's the exception. Is that
Yeah.
they round up essentially is like kind of the exception. So we covered that. We covered all this. I wanted to ask you from a practical standpoint. Now that you've played, several games with them, and you've
Yeah.
played each and every one, do you think that the CP game is too light on the army? Do you think it's like we're going into sort of like the Tactica section now?
Here's where I'm going to kick myself a bit and say that I thought I had to spend a command point for the rock chuck.
Yeah.
Outside of War Stompers. So
We'll circle back to
knowing that, I'm probably going to say the CP gain is okay. It's not brilliant. It's not terrible. The army, to be honest, doesn't really feel like it needs a lot of CP. Your CP essentially shores up the swinginess of the army.
Yeah, you're like, I need to delete this unit now. I've been saving this command point for now, right? Like that's where that falls in. So it feels like more measured, not like restricted and bad or like over the top.
I certainly save my CP for a decision sometimes. Like so in one of my games, I've run forward with my man crushers, and rather than spending CP on anything, I saved the CP so that my Megagargant would be able to reroll ones because he was in combat with I forgot the name of it. I think it's a hero on Stegodon or something. Again, I was fighting Thunder Lizards. So I knew that guy hit really hard. So I was trying to shore up my defenses there. So you're certainly having to use your command points sparingly on certain decisions, but I think gaining any more command points outside of War Stompers, you'd probably be wondering what to do with them and end up spending them on something mindless.
Okay, cool. So I've got a random niche question. So I've heard suggested a couple places. We're gonna go narrative here. What do you think of like embracing a custom battle plan where the whole point is the giants are just like trying to run across the table and like get to like the loot stash at the edge of the table lengthwise, and they're allowed to freely move over units, and like the units must be displaced, and they're allowed to like fight in even if they have retreated. If they get engaged on or like any number of things, they're like always allowed to fight back, and then it's just trying to stop the giant from running across the table.
I wish this was in my Battletome as a plan, actually.
Yeah.
Now that you've discussed it, I wish it was in my Battletome. I would love to play something like that because it just seems absurd.
Wouldn't it be awesome? I think we as a community need to embrace this as like a battle plan. Is you just like your giants are running someplace and everyone has to like try to stop them before they get to the place. I think that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. And the one thing we haven't mentioned is this army has a special rule, and that's your Man Crusher Gargants. When you group them up as a unit of 3, they count as free battle line for the purposes of your list building. So you are able to take 3 Megagargants and then a unit of 3 Man Crushers, and that is a legal army.
That's actually an important distinction.
Yeah. So if you want to stomp around like a lunatic with 3 Megagargants, then feel free.
Yeah, one of each, and then like your 3 Man Crushers. Like, let's go.
I just want to say, Knigget is talking about the stepping on a Lego with your bare foot and the poor giants. So actually, in the book's narrative, it does discuss how Kraken eaters sometimes wear Kraken skin sandals because it hurts to step on all these pointy things sometimes.
Yeah, brilliant.
It does actually reference it in the book. And it does also reference that part of the reason I believe that you're not really getting as many like death grip attacks and stuff like that is because apparently like after a while into a fight, kind of like an old man, it hurts your back bending down all the time to grab these people.
Yeah.
Because the idea is like you're this giant trying to reach down and grab this thing that's shorter than your kneecap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kraken sandals with socks. I hope. I really want to see someone
Oh
green
god.
stuff that.
Oh no. Please don't.
So I want to go
I
with
don't want to fight a dad joke.
So I mentioned earlier the list, like the sort of general list build. I think that it's fallen into a certain way, but I think this is the time we like codify it.
Yeah.
How are you generally viewing lists coming down? It's 1-1. I see it broken up like that, but like
Um
let's put that in context for people and like let them understand what we mean when we say 1-1-3-1-1 or whatever it is.
yeah, okay. So the way I build my lists for them so far is as Meth mentioned, I go 1-1-3 and then 3 1s. So what this means is I'm taking 2 Megagargants, then I'm taking a block of 3 Man Crushers. The reason I take a block of 3 Man Crushers is because I want to use them essentially as a melee hammer, and grouped together it costs less points. It reduces it down to 480 points instead of 540 points. And it becomes a single activation to do the damage instead of 3 separate activations. And then when we were talking about mercenaries, we mentioned how painful it was not having screens. Well, that's why I've got 3 guys separate as separate units. Damage can't spill over onto them, and when I deploy, I can deploy them as a screen to try keep things further away from my army, so that the ability to alpha strike my army on deployment is, although it's not going to be eliminated, it's going to be reduced. And then should I not get alpha striked because let's say I've deterred the alpha strike, those 3 then operate individually. They don't do a lot of damage, but they count as 10 models, so they're going to stick their toe in on objectives. Most notably in that game that I wrote down for Plastic Crack, I managed to essentially run it down the middle over what was expected for where it to go, and got my toe in on his home field objective, which counted as 10 models, and stole it from, I think it was just a single support hero holding it.
Carnegie, we already covered the if you could take allies, would you? We talked about mercs and merking in flesh eater courts.
Yeah.
It's kind of been talked about as like a kind of a decent idea, but you're sacrificing those sort of singleton man crushers.
Yeah. Um, the problem with mercs is that I need to buy a command point generally,
Mm-hmm.
or at least not on the Fire Slayer side, but the Fire Slayer side, the units are quite expensive. But on the Flesh Eater Court side, I probably want to buy the hero because it gives me the wizard, and also for a command point, he can summon a screen for me. So I need that suddenly means that I need to buy a command point.
Yeah.
So the only like things that aren't giants that I can bring into the army are those mercs. Competitively, I would, but for me, this army, I don't want to lose the fun side of the army. So even with my competitive lean, I would take that one time my screen would have saved me on the chin, and just have the army more enjoyable to play in general.
I think that's a great answer. Yeah. So most lists, again, I think you'll find most people, we tend to be gravitating towards like 2 megas, 1 mega, a three block, and then your singletons of man crushes.
Yeah.
You can go like 2-1, or you can do another 3, and then I think you get to open yourself up for a bonus command
Yeah,
point, right?
if you take another 3 as a group, you get your command point, and you also get a better bid at the triumph, because so if you take a group of 3 separate man crushers, and then 2 of the more expensive mega gargants, which are the Kraken Eater and the Gatebreaker, then you come down at exactly 2,000 points.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, this is a personal preference for me, is always to try bid for a triumph, because triumphs I
Well,
love.
you are the triumph king in your local meta.
Yes, especially now that they've been reduced back down to the original 3 of hits, wounds, and saves. This army loves that. Like it loves a triumph. Um, so if you can get yourself down, then yes. But when I'm playing something like Gatebreakers, I sacrifice my triumph because the day I don't take the 3 separate guys as a screen is the day I lose the game immediately at the top of turn 1.
Mm. Yeah. All right.
So yeah, and for me I guess it's a little sad for flexibility in a way, but the way I look at it is I'm taking a Kraken Eater, I'm taking 3 Man Crushers, I'm taking 3 separate Man Crushers, and then I'm making a decision on the list.
Hmm.
Like, I've already auto-built 1,500 points in my list.
Yeah.
So then it becomes, how do I want to flavor it? Which
Yeah.
is what the tribes are all about.
Right, the tribes and a little bit of your own personal play style. So, I mean, I think that's a good starting point. Obviously, put your own spin on it, dear chat gang, dear listener. Like, put your own spin on it and stuff like that. I've seen some 1-1, 3-2-1s, and like trying to play around with that configuration a little bit.
If you wanna play 3 Megagargants, do it. I'm sure it will be an amazing amount of fun. In War Stompers, I would also give a shout out to taking just the War Stomper and then stocking up on Man Crushers. This is assuming you have a good alternate sculpt, or you can stomach the Man Crushers for that many
Yeah,
models.
yeah, no, I like it.
Because you could take up to 9 of them, and in that army, they really benefit from that.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I would stick to my 1-1-3 1-1-1.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Great shot. I'm glad that I wanted to kind of cover that a little bit, and then general strats for and against. Like maybe get a top 3 on either side. 3 things you want to be doing to win with this army. 3 things you want to do to stop this army.
So I'm gonna sort of plug my own videos here. And so I did a video on retreating and remembering to retreat. I'm going to put that as your top thing to remember in a game as Megagargants. You want to remember that a retreat is a function of this game because you've got a lot of wounds. If they don't have a really big hammer, it's hard to kill the army quickly. And the slower they kill you, the more likely you are to win on objectives. And what better way to do that than to retreat out of combat, keep hold of the objective because your toe was in on the objective anyway, and they don't get a swing of combat against you. So that's number 1. Number 2 is if the enemy army is susceptible to being sniped, feel free to take pot shots at it with your thrown attacks, and then try remember timber at the same time for when you fall on top of it to finish it off.
Yeah, fuck your blood secretor or your whatever. Like, fuck that guy. I'm just gonna kill it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the final shout out, this one's going to be specific to my love of the Kraken Eater, is really look at the battle plans. You being able to move objectives is unique to this army.
Brilliant.
You need to have a unique look at the battle plans. Probably wait for the FAQ to find out if. When I refer to the FAQ on this, I refer to there's certain battle plans out there like Battle for the Pass, Total Conquest, and that, where the victory points is determined based on where the objective is on the map.
In your territory versus enemy territory.
Yeah, or on the edge of the territory, yeah.
Yep.
And should that stay consistent as it currently is written, then this army has an incredibly unique way of playing, where some battle plans it is
they'll have auto wins
by default. Incredibly strong.
Yep.
I'm going to say it'll auto win against some armies on those battle plans, but I'm going to say it doesn't auto win the battle plan itself. Mm-hmm. It depends on the army you're against. Again.
Yeah, because there's some people that actually might have
competitive melee hammer will just run through you regardless of you kicking the objective.
Yeah.
So that's probably my big 3.
Yeah.
And my 3 downsides are probably going to
3 downsides or three strats that I want to keep in mind if I'm playing against you. You know, as
playing against me. Kill my Man Crushers. They are how I project force across the table. I only have 1 or 2 Megagargants, maybe 3 if I'm a lunatic. But I love you, Mr. Lunatic.
No, go hard in the paint. Like,
No, I love that person because they brought free, but they're also insane. Um, the man crushers are how I project force across the table. They're how I hold things, like hold on to multiple objectives, kill them, try battle shock them if you've got some negative bravery. You know, that squad of 3 that I've got, the bravery's crap on them. You kill one, you apply some negative bravery, suddenly I'm rolling a dice. If I lose a man crusher to battle shock, I will probably cry.
with their
That's
12 wounds.
12 wounds.
Yeah, it's brutal.
100, if it's in a 3, it's 160 points a model. Losing that to a single battle shock roll, I would cry.
Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah, brutal beats. So that's 1, 2 bravery.
Yeah. If they have the Kraken Eater and you are playing one of the aforementioned battle plans, kill the Kraken Eater. It needs to go down before it moves the objective to somewhere that automatically wins the game for it, because you can't gain enough objective points. This army is playing an objective game. You need to deny its ability to play the objective game, which is why I said to kill the Man Crusher. I'm telling you to kill the Man Crushers so that they can't play the objectives. I'm telling you to kill the Kraken Eater so they can't play the objectives.
Yeah. I mean, even speed bumps on objectives and stuff, and be like, this outside, and then now we've talked about how unfunctioning long strider is or whatever outside of 4 inches. So you got to charge it or go around, and then my next unit is 4 inches back. Like,
on a terrain heavy table,
be 5.
If you were dropping Bone Tithe Nexus or another large piece down, you could probably make it so that there's entire sections of the board which are inaccessible for the army.
Yeah.
Which is heartbreaking, but a reality.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, we don't talk about Mass Effect 3. Thank you for trying to trigger an additional rant. We actually haven't had too many like asides or side rants. We just really went. I just think we really took
faction terrain. Oh baby. I want me some custom faction terrain that's all busted up. Yeah,
no, I agree with that. And we invented a whole new game for Games Workshop. And those were really that was kind of it for the tangents. So just a 4-hour rant. I told you it was going to be a mega episode. By the way, you got the current record for season 2 of AOS RantCast for longest rant. So congratulations, my friend.
Biggest guest. A giant guest.
Yeah, the mega guest, you might even say. All right, dude. Any last soapbox moments, a rant you want to get off your chest that you've been holding inside about Warhammer, the world, or otherwise?
I'm gonna stay out of politics.
Yeah. Well, no, that's probably for the
best. Although props to the counting count. That guy's a hero.
Yeah, the count. Yeah.
Bringing the professionals in.
Yeah. Right on.
I want to give a quick shout out to my local games club, Warp Dice, over here in Vancouver. It's a great bunch of guys and girls. A lot of fun to play with. And probably just a big shout out to, as much as we want to play games, guys, stay safe. It's more important than ever. Within our own community, we've had the heartbreaking thing of people getting hurt by this pandemic.
Yep.
So I do want to play War Dollies with everyone. I want to get as many games in. If you are really desperate to get a game in person and not use any of the online stuff or the video games for Warhammer games, then please just stay safe and be careful.
Right. No, I think that like some of us have our own little bubbles and like our extended circle where, like if you're working from home, all you do is work from home, and you've got a buddy who all they do is work from home, and you're both like went out and you got the test, and you're like, hey, we're both COVID negative, we can go play games and stuff. Like there are safe ways to go about in-person gaming. We always talked about dice etiquette and model etiquette before as just things. Don't touch my models, don't touch my dice without my permission. Like that just COVID just hammers that home. Go with the fist bumps or the elbow dabs over handshakes. Like
just a shout out to be careful with the elbow dabs as well. We're told that if we cough, we're to cough like this into
Yes,
our elbow.
yes.
Please don't be coughing into the same elbow you're going to elbow bump me with.
Yeah, true story. Also, elbow dabbing across the table is super dangerous because I don't know how long of a
Yeah,
torso you have.
especially
Yeah,
these Megagargants.
yeah, the mega,
These Megagargants,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm gonna hit them with my let's just say my overhang, my paunch,
my
as
dad
I
bod.
lean over.
Yeah, yeah, my keg, as it were, might knock over some models over 4 inches in height.
Now's the time. Now's the time to be like the Queen of Britain and do like the little wave,
Yeah,
the wave of acknowledgement. Yeah.
yeah. And then, real quick, you actually have a YouTube channel. I think you mentioned before. Um,
Yep.
I'll have the links in the comment before. I shared it earlier on in the show, so you'll have to forgive me. But just what's your POV on your show? What do you do?
Just gonna quickly cut in. It phrased it perfectly. My crushing bulk when I reach over my table.
Yeah, the crushing bulk. there's your rubbled faction terrain right there, everybody.
I was gonna say rubble is the model I just crushed trying to lean over the table.
Yeah.
Okay, so I started a YouTube channel fairly recently. It's under my name here, which is Vaniljsas. If you search it on YouTube, I'm probably like the fourth or fifth result amongst all the custard recipes in Swedish. Um, and basically, what I'm doing is I'm trying to do short videos, so like 10 to maybe 15 minutes at the top end, where I focus on tactics. And in particular, I'm trying to raise the water level we all play at. Because I see these tactics all the time from like the top level players and that at tournaments. When it comes to like that cheeky little piling, like we mentioned, killing a unit with the charge and piling through, then using the reach. Um, then all the using a retreat properly, all these little tactics. I'm just trying to create that to be like a more open source of information, make it easier for people to know about these things before they play against them, and it just generally raise the water level for everyone to play.
Yeah, no, I love your POV here. I part of what I do with RantCast is I more preach it. I maybe don't teach it as much, but I think that as a gaming community matures, that the average sort of skill level, that water level raises a little bit, and it only a rising, level lifts all ships. The more we kind of increase our aggregate knowledge of our community, the better our games will be, the better quality we'll have, the fewer gotcha moments you'll have. Like,
yeah, I was about to mention that actually. Less gotchas, because imagine you didn't know about the fact that I just mentioned I'm going to kill you with impact hits, then pile on through you because I made a valid charge which lets me do that. Like, if that's a gotcha moment for someone, they are going to feel so bad and so offended by me, even though I'm just using the rules as they are.
Yeah,
and it's not even a weird interpretation of them. It's just like normal rules for them.
Right. I mean, this isn't a corner case. Like with Van Hells, I told somebody I was going to charge them with 30 Grimghast Reapers with Van Hells, kill their screen, and then pile in and kill their unit behind it if they didn't back it up. Told them I was going to do it. They didn't do it, and they were still mad.
Yeah.
And I was just like, and I'm like, I don't know how to I don't want to be the guy who's coaching you to beat me, because that's where turn zero. Establish the type of game we want to have. Is this a teaching game, and so on and so forth. I'm not the best player in the world. I'm pretty good. I've got a hammer back here somewhere, and I've got another trophy over here somewhere. I play decent. I'm a decent player, but I'm the perennial 4-1 player, hoping I catch lucky breaks to win a best in faction. That's me. I'm not the always there looking for the 5-0 every day. I'm hoping.
My SKU lists make me the bridesmaid.
But
I break at the final round when I'm playing against someone who really understands the game.
Right.
And
yeah.
I'm hoping to get everybody to that level. Where
we're all bridesmaids. Yeah, we're all trying to catch the bouquet.
Yeah, it makes the game more fun for everyone.
Right.
And we get rid of the gotcha moments. You you may come up with like some new tricks from it as well. Like suddenly that one good example is if we look over at ogres. Let's look at Blood Gullet. They get +3 inch to their piling, and so that's a 6 inch piling potentially with a 3 inch reach if you use an Iron Guts. That's like a 9 inch threat range if you manage to set your piling up correctly. Like that's huge, but it's also something that isn't obvious. Kind of like the drama caused by the Bastiladon being a 1+ save and how that actually works in the game. It's like a series of rules that interact together. And my hope is that not only will I be able to teach people basic tactics, but I will also be able to let them know about these little tricks that could elevate their game or could destroy their game if they were playing against it and didn't know it existed.
Right. I mean, and for me, it's not just to make it all more like a competitive game. It's actually to make it a more fun game. If there's if there is a higher aggregate of knowledge that we're all on if we're all on like a common level, like to level the playing field, the parity, to achieve that parity between players, like and bring us closer together on like our understanding of the game, we're going to have more enjoyable games because there's not going to have that like salt is natural. Watch me play Blood Bowl and like lose to a bunch of fucking random ass dice.
I was apologizing to my opponent this time because I was getting so salty playing.
Oh man, I lost my shit the last time. I was bad. This makes 2 Blood Bowl games where I've just been like, don't talk to me. So like salt is natural. You can be the nicest human in the world who's the most put together, and dice games will get the best of you sometimes.
Yeah.
But I want that like at least the information that we share between each other is more congruent, and therefore we have a more enjoyable time. It's not to make it more competitive, like that is like almost a byproduct for me. It's to make it more fun for everybody, because if there's less catching you out and there's less things that we have to be granular about or call a TO over or consult the FAQs about, the pace of the game is better. We're talking more. We're drinking more beer. If it's second nature to know that you're going to pull a 9-inch pile-in trick on me, like I've already set my screen better and I'm already drinking beer. You know what I'm saying? Like that mental fatigue side of the game is lower.
If we all know these rules as our basic level, and we know like all these tricks as our basic level, not only do we look for it when we're playing with our own models and it improves us as a player, it allows you to relax more into a game, because there are going to be less of those moments that catch you out. There's going to be less of the moments that upset you.
Oh,
You are just going to be able to sling the beer down, knowing, as you said, the 9-inch reach with that thing.
yeah. Yeah, I played against Wagner, just great DOK player from the Midwest here. And he had a model locking Nagash into combat, and I knew about it. And then I went to move him, and I'm like, oh, like you cheeky, and like the enjoyment I had in that, because I wasn't caught out by it, because we're both on that same level of play, I was able to respect my opponent. I was just like, oh, like just, like I got to shake your hand right now. Brilliant move, brilliant play.
Yeah.
I relish stuff like that personally. Like, I say this a lot. My first opponent is myself. I want people to defeat their first opponent too, which is themselves and the knowledge of the game, and then you can engage your opponent more directly. That's my POV.
And as Meth has covered in multiple episodes before, one of the biggest things for your games is to, as you said, you've got to beat yourself. Don't get in your own head. Don't tell yourself you've lost the game before you've actually lost the game.
Yeah.
That is part of the reason the destruction players enjoy armies like Iron Jaws, Ogres, that sort of thing so much, just rolling the crazy dice every game. And that's because there's always a chance.
And it takes some pressure off of you on the decisions if the dice are random enough.
Yeah.
So that's fair. Man, thank you so much for being on this episode. This has been awesome. Yeah, no, awesome.
I did notice the shirt change as well to Cubic Shenanigans, which We might as well plug while it's there. Oh wait, no, is it the same shirt?
Yeah, no, this is my
Oh,
no. I've been
I thought it was a cubic photon 3D printer shirt earlier when I mentioned 3D printing.
I've been wearing my cubic shenanigans shirt
Ah,
all night tonight. Um, not to plug. Not to plug cubic shenanigans intentionally. It's just it's a comfortable ass shirt.
yeah, nice.
And it's my favorite
Plug their
color.
merch instead.
Yeah, yeah, but I will plug them. So like cubic shenanigans. Brendan Melnick has a deep dive where they go into a lot more of the granular details with Dan for this. You got AOS Coach has a great video. Vince's show was fantastic. Ian and Richie did a fantastic show. Lots of great content if you want to. Rob's episode was hilariously Rob. Like, so
Yeah,
you gotta. There's a lot of great content out there to consume if you need more Megagargants in your life. I think you should get more Megagargants in your life. This army is here to stay. They've got some tricks.
yeah.
So
If
go
if
ahead.
you're not prepared, they will take the game from you, even when you thought you had won.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna table them turn three, like bottom of three, and still lose the game.
Yeah, they're gonna do like the flourish
Yeah.
and walk off and cheer with a pint, and you're gonna be there like, but I tabled him and won.
Yeah.
And as he's walking off cheering, you're gonna calculate the objective points and realize no,
Yeah.
it was him all along.
The swag move in that situation, if I'm the Gargants player, is to not tell you I beat you. I'm just gonna
Stand there and wait.
I'm gonna walk over and just buy 2 beers and come back and be like, have you mathed it yet? Like and then as they figured it out, they're just like, I can't win, and you're like, here you go, and you just like hand them the beer. So, chat gang, I hope you've enjoyed this tonight. You're the reason we do this thing. You are the show within the show. Remember to drink your milk, pay your taxes, maybe grab something shiny, or perhaps a pint of ale. And Vaniljsas, thank you so much for being with me again.
Thanks for having me on.
Good night, everybody.